All right, it is 4:15 p.m. and I call to order the June 16th, 2026 Board of Trustees meeting. For roll call purposes, Mr. Anderson is participating in the meeting this evening via phone as he is recovering from back surgery. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to enter executive session to review employment recommendations and updates, to receive legal advice in the matter of Barnwell versus Lexington County School District 1, and to discuss employee A's grievance appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. We will now enter executive session.
You to reflect upon all the little moments, because it is in these moments where we are infinite. So wherever we go next, new campuses, new cities, new routines, I hope we don't fall into the trap of waiting for the big moments to start living again. I hope we notice the little things. I hope we create spaces where people feel like they belong.
As you leave today with your diploma in hand, you now have a brand new bingo card. Fill it wisely and begin marking things off. You most definitely will experience things that are not on your card. Unexpected detours, challenges, and surprises. The pathway forward is rarely a straight line. However, with resilience, kindness, and the core values that you have set, I have no doubt that you will all celebrate a winning card. Go out there, live your life to the fullest, and show the world what that Wildcat spirit really means.
Choose kindness, believe in yourself even when others don't. Don't listen to the naysayers and the non-believers, because in your story, they're just background noise. The real factors in your life will always be your faith, your genuine supporters, and above all, your capacity to give and receive love.
Hey. Back in middle school, you probably didn't even realize how much of an impact you were making on me, but you truly changed my life.
Middle school was always tough at times, but you were always there for support and advice when I needed it.
Everything I've accomplished started with the foundation you laid for me. I'll never forget that. Thank you for pushing me, for guiding me, and for believing in me when it mattered most. You helped make me who I am today, and I hope I've made you proud. I'm forever grateful.
Thank you for caring about me not just as a student, but as a person, and for making those years really special. I'm forever grateful for the impact you made on me, and it means so much that you still keep up with me to this day.
I'm so proud of you.
Hello, I'm Keith Price, proud superintendent of Lexington County School District 1. As we come to the close of this school year, I want to take a moment to reflect on all we've accomplished together across our classrooms, our schools, and our district. At the beginning of the year, I shared a very simple but powerful vision that every student, employee, and family in Lexington 1 would feel cared for, challenged, supported, heard, celebrated, and prepared. And as I look back on this year, I see that vision coming to life in so many meaningful ways. I saw it in classrooms where students were encouraged to think deeply, ask tough questions, and solve challenging problems and grow. I saw it in our employees who showed up each day with dedication and belief in what our students could achieve. I saw it in families and community members who partnered with us and helped make Lexington One such a special place. This year was about more than assignments completed, tests taken, games played, performances given, or ceremonies held. It was about growth. It was about connection. It was about helping our students become kind, confident, and capable individuals, ready for whatever comes next. To our students, I am so proud of you. Whether this year brought big accomplishments, quiet progress, new friendships, challenges you had to overcome, or lessons you will carry forward, you have grown. I hope you take time to celebrate that growth and remember that learning does not end when the school year does. To our employees, thank you. Your work matters deeply. Every lesson taught, every meal served, every bus route driven, every phone call answered, every building cleaned, every student encouraged, and every problem solved promoted growth, connection, and celebration. You have made a difference. To our families, thank you for trusting us, for supporting us, and for working alongside us. Strong schools are built through strong partnerships, and we are so grateful to be part of this community with you. And to the class of 2026, congratulations. As you prepare to enroll, employ, or enlist, know that your Lexington One family is cheering you on. We hope you leave us feeling prepared, not only for your next step, but also to lead with character, confidence, and purpose. As we close this school year, I hope every member of our Lexington One family feels celebrated for the role you played in making this year so meaningful. I hope you find time this summer to rest and recharge. Stay safe, and as always, let's continue to learn, grow, and excel.
As you move into this next chapter, whether it is further schooling, the workforce, or the military, I encourage you. Choose the path that makes you happy, not the one society expects you to take.
Continue learning, improving, and pushing forward no matter the obstacle, and continue proving to the world exactly why the world needs more Gilbert Indians. So class of 2026, your ride at Gilbert High School was worth every fall, every smile, every tear, every mile, and every challenge along the way.
The most important thing I can tell you is to surround yourself with love. Whatever career you pursue, as long as you love what you do, you will never work a day in your life. Surround yourself with people who care for you, and you will never be lonely. Get married, have kids, travel the world, experience new things, take chances, build a life you love. You were created for a purpose, and although you may not realize it, you too are loved.
Hey, Miss McMillan. Hi. Miss McMillan, thank you for everything you've done for me, not only throughout my years at Gilbert Primary, but from kindergarten all the way to my senior year. I just wanted to come in and say thank you for everything you've always done for me and for always getting to know each and every one of your students. I know I can always count on you to be there for me when I need someone to talk to. Thank you for being such an amazing role model for so many students, including me and my brothers. It means more than you will ever know, and I know you will continue to make an impact on students. Taking the time to always make sure everyone's good in your classroom and really make it feel like a family, because that's really changed my life and has really followed me all through my high school career. And I love you so much. I love you, Lauren.
We did this. Every late night, every challenge, and every moment of doubt has led us here. While we may be walking out of this arena with a diploma in our hands, that is not all we are leaving high school with. We have our memories, lessons, and friendships that will stay with us forever. As we move on to whatever comes next, college, careers, new adventures, or paths that haven't even been thought of yet, let's remember where we started and never forget how far we've come.
We stand here today at a crossroads, looking back at where we've been and forward to where we're going. Our school didn't just give us a diploma, it gave us a compass. That compass is built on core values that will guide you through every future path you choose.
As we go on to live our lives, growing as people and creating our futures, be the kind of people that somebody wants to copy. Be the one who someone takes a silly joke from or a new phrase. Be the person people are grateful to have met. The person who makes other scrapbooks just a little bit better.
Hey, Miss Dolly. Good.
Hey, Miss Carson.
From my very first day at Pillion, you were nothing but kind and welcoming to me. Though a push can seem intimidating, you worked so hard for us to feel prepared and stress-free.
You have made a huge impact on my life for the better. You're truly a wonderful person. You're kind, caring, and compassionate.
It is no secret how much you care for all of your students and truly want the best for all of us. You get to know each one of your kids personally and build a meaningful relationship with all of them. You are such a light in the classroom, and every student is blessed to have you as a teacher.
I am truly grateful. I have an honor of having you as an advisor and a mentor. As my time at BHS comes to an end, I look back at the people who have made the biggest impact on helping me through to become the person I am today, and your name is the first one that comes to mind. Thank you for everything that you do, not only for me, but our entire council.
Thank you. You're so sweet.
Our focus is clear. We're building school communities where every student can learn, grow, and excel. That starts with making sure students and staff feel safe, supported, and confident every day they walk through our doors. Our strong partnerships with local law enforcement agencies are central to our safety efforts. Together, we are building a culture of prevention, preparedness, and protection across every school in Lexington 1.
From daily presence in schools to ongoing safety planning, we are actively involved in keeping our schools safe and welcoming.
Our students deserve a learning environment that is calm, consistent, and focused. We're united with Lexington 1 in creating spaces where teachers can teach and students can thrive, free from distraction or fear.
Our partnership with Lexington 1 is built on trust and shared purpose. When concerns arise, we act quickly and responsibly to protect everyone on campus. Together, we're committed to safe schools and strong communities.
When a safety concern is reported, we act immediately, thoroughly, and in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are grateful for their constant support and for our community's shared commitment to protecting our schools.
We know school safety is never one and done. It is an ongoing responsibility. That's why our teams stay vigilant and proactive, always learning and improving. Thank you for being part of our shared commitment to safety. Working together, we're building schools that support and protect every student, every staff member, every day. Because when our schools are safe, our students can learn.
I hope we remember that River Bluff will always connect us. No matter where life takes us, this place will always be a part of our story. River Bluff is home. We are one class and we are united.
As you leave this arena, don't just ask yourself, what am I going to do next? Ask yourself, what is the contribution I want to make as I make my next step? And why does it matter to me?
Now go and seek your gifts. Shape your life around them and use them to make this world a better place.
The joyous moments and heartbreaking ones are all a part of our journey, our lifelong dance. If we trip or stumble, no one knows what it is supposed to look like. That is all up to us. Make it a part of your dance.
your journey. You make the moves because it is your story to tell. Hi.
Good, how are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Dear Ms. Gates, I am so blessed and honored to have grown up with you over the last 12 years. When I was asked about doing the senior surprise, I could not think of a better person who deserves this recognition.
Thank you for all you have done for my family and I. Thank you for caring. Thank you for your love. Thank you for being such a great role model.
You are a ray of light and have such an amazing impact on your students, pushing them to be better athletically and keeping them accountable as Mustangs. Full of positivity and setting the correct mindset is something I have learned from you and continue to think about to this day. You're a difference maker, and I'm so happy you're a role model in my life.
Your connections with my family impact our life. You're always there for Emily and I as we went through our highs and lows, birthdays, first days of schools, and graduations. I'm so grateful to have you as a role model, leader, principal, and mentor in my life.
Thank you so very much.
I don't think so that I planned to be a teacher. I didn't plan it to be a teacher. I think teaching found me. Step up in the classroom and I started just learning about pedagogies, everything like that. I knew that I found my calling. And now that I'm a multilingual teacher, I see my students like that they are very intelligent, very capable, but maybe they don't feel that they have opportunities. The message that I want to give to them is, when you don't know, you're gonna find, the ways like I failed in the past, like seen, like capable, and like full of possibilities.
Come be the one who helps our school run smoothly and efficiently.
Come be the one who greets students and family with a smile every day.
Come be the one who goes above and beyond to help our students and staff succeed.
Come be the one who serves me delicious and nutritious meals and makes sure every student is well fed.
Come be the one who makes learning fun and makes me love coming to school.
Come be the one who makes sure our schools are clean and safe, and the one who makes sure our schools are in tip-top shape.
Come be the one who keeps me healthy and safe.
Come be the one who greets me with a smile at the bus stop and safely transports me to and from school, and the one who makes sure I get to my game on time.
Come be the one who challenges me to think critically and encourages me to never give up on my dreams.
Come be the one who makes it possible for all students to learn and grow.
Come be the one who supports me in the classroom and helps me reach my full potential.
Come be the one who makes our schools a special place.
Thank you for teaching me to play and love music. I always felt comfortable during your music classes, and I always had the most fun.
Coach Dugan, I want to thank you for all the support and patience you've shown me over the past 4 years here at White Knoll High School.
Because of you, I found my spark with music, and now I listen, play, sing, or dance to it every day. Words can't describe how much you mean to me and how much you shaped me to who I am today. I will always be grateful for you and all you have done for me. I hope every student you teach sees how great you truly are, because no one deserves it better than you.
You always took the time to help me through those tough and stressful moments, and I truly appreciate that. Having you as my teacher during my freshman year played a big role in helping me grow both as a student and person.
Everyone thinks that graduation is the finish line of the race that we started back in 2013 when you got dropped off on your first day of kindergarten. In reality, it's just the start. White Knoll has not given us a final destination, but a beautiful foundation to grow from.
Regardless of what your path looks like, be ambitious and chase your dreams with everything you have. Be hungry, be bold, and work incredibly hard.
That inner strength, that ability to be somebody, is what will define your next chapter. Take risks. Embrace failure as an opportunity to learn and grow. And always stay true to your values. Your future is bright, and I have no doubt that each and every one of you will go on to achieve great things.
Before we rush toward tomorrow, let's take a moment to appreciate today and how far we've come. Although this chapter of our lives is coming to a close, a new one is just beginning. And while we may not know exactly where life will take us next, we do know that we are capable of writing our own stories.
Some people dream about being famous. Some people dream about being president.
You've heard of kid president. You may have heard about kid superintendent, but I'm smarter than both of them. I am kid retiree. So if kids can choose what they want to be, why wouldn't they choose kid retiree? Think about it. No more meetings, no more homework, no more boring lunch lines, and especially no one saying, please walk in this weight line. Just snacks, just naps, and people saying back in my day. I've been thinking about my future, but specifically retirement. Since I'm already saying done, I feel like I'm halfway there. But then I realized something. Before you get to retire, you have to do something important, like work in Lexington 1. Bus drivers wake up before the sun like the sun is still asleep. That's suspicious. But in retirement, you get to sleep in and let the sun wake you up. Teachers help kids learn. They answer a million questions. They somehow stay calm when glue and glitter is involved. Have you ever tried getting glitter out of your hair? In retirement, no more questions and no more glitter! Paraprofessionals help students every day. They have patients like superhero patients. I lose patience waiting for my toast. In retirement, you finally get to relax and not rush anymore. Cafeteria workers feed everybody, which means they serve up on pizza day. In retirement, no more lunch rushes and no more hairnets. The office does everything. Phones ringing, schedules changing, and kids coming in like, hi, I'm here now. That is a lot. In retirement, no more phones ringing, just peace and quiet. Counselors help with big stuff. Problems, feelings, life. That's important. In retirement, they finally get to focus on themselves. Computer technicians fix everything, even when the problem is it's not plugged in. And in retirement, no more fixing things, no more incident IQ tickets, just turning stuff off on purpose. Athletic directors won't run all the games, schedules, teams, everything. That's a lot of running. In retirement, they get to sit down on the bench and relax. Nurses heal everything. Headaches, stomach serious. I don't feel good during this test sickness. That one's real. In retirement, no more band-aids, just focusing on self-care. Custodial staff cleans the whole school every single day. I clean my room never. So yeah, respect. In retirement, no more mopping, just putting your feet up.
Kid retiree.
Yeah?
It's time to go back to class.
I can't. I'm retired.
Retired?
Semi-retired.
You're not even out of elementary school yet.
Let's call it a technicality.
Class, now.
Fine. To all the retirees, congratulations, you've earned this. And if you need me, I'll be in math class dreaming about recess. Happy retirement.
Here in Lexington 1, we're preparing students to learn, grow, and excel. That's why we're committed to providing every student with a world-class education, one that equips them for success in college, career, or military, and beyond. To guide that mission, we created the Lexington 1 Graduate Profile, a clear vision of the skills and mindsets our students need to thrive in their futures.
We listen to our community, families, educators, and students, and together we identified 9 essential competencies for every graduate. We want our students to be knowledgeable, creative, independent, communicators, collaborators, future-ready, responsible, kind, resilient. These aren't just ideals, they shape how we teach, how students learn, and how we help them grow.
Whether they're headed to college, straight into a career, or into military service, the Graduate Profile ensures every student is ready for what's next. At Lexington 1, we're not just preparing students for the future, we're helping them build it. Because when our students succeed, we all do.
I want you to reflect upon all of the little moments, because it is in these moments where we are infinite. So wherever we go next, new campuses, new cities, new routines, I hope we don't fall into the trap of waiting for the big moments to start living again. I hope we notice the little things. I hope we create spaces where people feel like they belong.
As you leave today with your diploma in hand, you now have a brand new bingo card. Fill it wisely and begin marking things off. You most definitely will experience things that are not on your card. Unexpected detours, challenges, and surprises. The pathway forward is rarely a straight line. However, with resilience, kindness, and the core values that you have set, I have no doubt that you will all celebrate a winning card. Go out there, live your life to the fullest, and show the world what that Wildcat spirit really means.
Choose kindness, believe in yourself even when others don't. Don't listen to the naysayers and the non-believers, because in your story, they're just background noise. The real factors in your life will always be your faith, your genuine supporters, and above all, your capacity to give and receive love.
Hey. Back in middle school, you probably didn't even realize how much of an impact you were making on me, but you truly changed my life.
Middle school was always tough at times, but you were always there for support and advice when I needed it.
Everything I've accomplished started with the foundation you laid for me. I'll never forget that. Thank you for pushing me, for guiding me, and for believing in me when it mattered most. You helped make me who I am today, and I hope I've made you proud. I'm forever grateful.
Thank you for caring about me not just as a student, but as a person, and for making those years really special. I'm forever grateful for the impact you made on me, and it means so much that you still keep up with me to this day.
I'm so proud of you.
Hello, I'm Keith Price, proud superintendent of Lexington County School District 1. As we come to the close of this school year, I want to take a moment to reflect on all we've accomplished together across our classrooms, our schools, and our district. At the beginning of the year, I shared a very simple but powerful vision that every student, employee, and family in Lexington 1 would feel cared for, challenged, supported, heard, celebrated, and prepared. And as I look back on this year, I see that vision coming to life in so many meaningful ways. I saw it in classrooms where students were encouraged to think deeply, ask tough questions, and solve challenging problems and grow. I saw it in our employees who showed up each day with dedication and belief in what our students could achieve. I saw it in families and community members who partnered with us and helped make Lexington 1 such a special place. This year was about more than assignments completed, tests taken, games played, performances given, or ceremonies held. It was about growth. It was about connection. It was about helping our students become kind, confident, and capable individuals, ready for whatever comes next. To our students, I am so proud of you. Whether this year brought big accomplishments, quiet progress, new friendships, challenges you had to overcome, or lessons you will carry forward, you have grown. I hope you take time to celebrate that growth and remember that learning does not end when the school year does. To our employees, thank you. Your work matters deeply. Every lesson taught, every meal served, every bus route driven, every phone call answered, every building cleaned, every student encouraged, and every problem solved promoted growth, connection, and celebration. You have made a difference. To our families, thank you for trusting us, for supporting us, and for working alongside us. Strong schools are built through strong partnerships, and we are so grateful to be part of this community with you. And to the class of 2026, congratulations. As you prepare to enroll, employ, or enlist, know that your Lexington 1 family is cheering you on. We hope you leave us feeling prepared, not only for your next step, but also to lead with character, confidence, and purpose. As we close this school year, I hope every member of our Lexington 1 family feels celebrated for the role you played in making this year so meaningful. I hope you find time this summer to rest and recharge. Stay safe, and as always, let's continue to learn, grow, and excel.
As you move into this next chapter, whether it is further schooling, the workforce, or the military, I encourage you. Choose the path that makes you happy, not the one society expects you to take.
Continue learning, improving, and pushing forward no matter the obstacle, and continue proving to the world exactly why the world needs more Gilbert Indians. So class of 2026, your ride at Gilbert High School was worth every fall.
All right, welcome back. Do I hear a motion to conclude executive session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to conclude executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries. I call to order the June 16th, 2026 board meeting. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting. The district tapes the meeting for accuracy in preparing the minutes. Will you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? And remain standing for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the agenda as submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to begin the public hearing for the 2026-2027 general fund operating budget?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to begin the public hearing of the 2026-2027 general fund operating budget.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. At this time, we'll hear the third reading of the budget. After that, we will hear public comment on the budget. Board members, your discussion of the budget will occur after a vote is on the floor when we get to section 13 of action items. So, Dr. Price, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and special guests in our audience. Tonight, we bring you third and final reading of the 26-27 general fund budget. And as a quick review, there were priorities, focus points that we wanted to try to maintain as we worked through the 26-27 budget process. First, the first four recommendations had to do with salary study recommendations that were made from a group that was assembled last year from the direction of the board. And there were some specific recommendations that they gave last year, and we tried to sustain those going through this budget as well. First was to maintain a $2,000 cushion above the state's minimum teacher salary scale, and this budget does that. Second was to maintain a balanced step increase from 1 year of experience to the next, and we've sustained that. Third was to have supplements for positions that were our hardest to fill and hardest to retain. And as you recall, those were our special education positions, and this budget sustains those supplements. And then finally, please consider all classifications of employees for pay raises whenever one group receives a pay raise. And this budget does that as well. In addition to that, we wanted to maintain Lexington One's low teacher-student class size ratios. That staffing ratio has sustained for this budget process. And then finally, the request last year that we sustained this year was to develop a prioritized list of budget requests that align with our strategic plan. And you may recall in our first reading, that's what we did. We started with a review of the items that were approved last year that were being funded by our fund balance this year. That was the $11 million item. From there, we broke out the requests with our federal and state mandates, our fixed costs increase, which is our cost of doing business, Lexington One standards to help ensure that we are consistent across the board, and then the would like to do section, where they didn't fall into one of those other categories. They weren't mandated, they weren't part of the standard, but they're things through getting recommendations from departments and principals that we identified that we would like to do. So from there, we had a board workshop, and we talked about the shortfall in the amount of revenue that we were projecting compared to the number of expenses. And the board asked us to bring back different options for consideration. One option, option one, was to cover the shortfall by a mill increase and no more use of fund balance. So that option was presented. Option 2A and 2B were a blend of a millage increase and a continued use of unassigned fund balance dollars for another year. And then option 3 was no millage increase and a complete reliance on our fund balance, which would pretty much take care of all of our remaining unassigned fund balance dollars. So from that, the board asked us to come back with a blended budget for second reading of a millage increase and a use of fund balance. We presented that at our May 19th board meeting, and we started with option 2A and 2B with reviewing those proposals. But from one board member, we had an additional funding option that was presented for consideration. And that was to help offset an increase of a millage, of operating mill increase, by decreasing our debt service revenue. So what that proposal did was decrease our debt service funding by $10 million and then sliding that over to operating increase of $10 million. So that was what was presented, and that affectionately became known as 2C. In addition to that, at our last board meeting, we gave a comprehensive KPI report for those items that were begun this year to try to track their relevance, their impact, and their effectiveness over the course of this past year. Now we get to third reading. What was advertised in the public advertisement started with the proposal from 2A and 2B with the addition of 2C. Towards the end of our conversation during second reading, there were two additional items that were mentioned at the end that were not part of the second reading proposal but were added on at the end. One of those was to make whole support staff years of service review. And you may recall for this particular item, over a certain period of time when support staff members came to be employed with us, they are asked to submit their years of service, their years of experience. That determines where they are placed on a step scale. And those who've been with us for a number of years, they were capped with how much experience they could get credit for. That is no longer the practice, but those who've been with us for many, many years were still impacted by that. And so this particular item, this study, was a look to see how we could make whole those employees to get them the credit that they had proof for. In addition to that, there was an administrative salary schedule alignment. And this had to do with a recommendation made from the Salary Study Committee last year. And although this was not included last year, they recommended that a salary study continue with our admin scales. And as we looked at that, we saw that our principals' salaries were relatively competitive, but our assistant principal salary schedule had some ground to make up. And so these two items were listed in the would like to do sections of the first draft, and they're in first reading whenever that was presented. And they were included in the public advertisement. So in addition to those two items and a decrease in debt service millage by 11.8 mils, that would bring that total from 90 down to 78.2. From there, we have a look at our overall proposed general fund revenues, and you see that those come from a variety of sources, but primarily from state and local sources, with addition of a use of fund balance and transfer amounts. And that brought the total proposed budget to, or revenues to $420,584,111. And now looking at expenses based on the budget, the total matches, so it's a balanced budget, $420,584,111. And you see the different categories that the expenditures are broken down into, with the majority of them, as should come as no surprise, with salaries and benefits for employees, making up 87% of that amount. From there, each year we present our fee structures for elementary, middle, and high schools. And if we could click on the elementary school fees link. So there's one change in this fee from last year, and last year we had a grade kindergarten, a grade K fee that was different from grades 1 through 5. And it was a snack fee, and it was over $20. It was more than $20. And that has been changed, and now grade K is included with the same fee as grades 1 through 5. In addition to that, when this was published, we did not yet have proposed meal increases for breakfast and lunch. Since that time, we've gotten a notification and a recommendation to raise those by 10 cents each. So breakfast would be $2.10 and lunch would be $3.60. That is a common line item for the middle and the high school as well, that those rates would all be the same for each of those students. Okay, if we could go back to the presentation. Middle school fees. All the fees that you see listed here, none of those have changed from last year. The only change would be at the bottom when we're talking about the breakfast and lunch fees going up by 10 cents each. And if we could go back and click on high school. Here, all of these fees are consistent with last year. The only change would be the meal fees at the bottom going up by 10 cents each. In addition to that, there may be some additional CTE courses that are listed. So if you scroll down a little bit further, you see a complete listing of the different CTE courses and their course fees. Those core fees in substance and structure are the same as they were last year. So any new course that was added would be a similar course fee. So no increases or decreases for those. Those are consistent from last year. That wraps up our proposal for third reading, and we'll turn it over back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Price. All right, so during this part of the public hearing, the Board of Trustees provides a time for citizens' public comment regarding the 2026-2027 proposed general fund operating budget. There are a few guidelines we follow during this time. As you came in tonight, you received a card to fill out if you indicated you wanted to speak. I will call on each speaker by name and ask you to approach the lectern. We want to remind you that this meeting is being live streamed and that the recording of this meeting will be part of the public record in perpetuity. At this time, you may comment only on the general fund budget. We have set aside another section of time for citizens' participation on other agenda items, school operations, and programs. You may not speak about or name specific individuals, whether students or school or district staff. Failure to follow this rule will result in immediate loss of the opportunity to speak. The board will not reply to your remarks nor take any action during the board meeting in response to your comments or questions. You may address the board for up to 3 minutes. If you have handouts for the board, please give them to Ms. Halliday in the back of the room and she will distribute them. Please Please do not clap or make any comments either while an individual speaks or after he or she finishes. All right, Ms. Garris.
Good afternoon, Chair Henson and board members. Just because there's not a packed room of citizens tonight, or because your inbox is not overflowing with emails opposing a tax increase, does not mean people do not care. More often, it means they believe their voices will not make a difference. According to information on the district's website, from 2008 to 2018, Lexington 1 grew by an average of 505 students per year. In 2018, there were 26,000 students. After peaking between 2021 and 2023, enrollment declined. Current enrollment is 26,258 students. Since 2018, the district has added more than 600 employees, yet enrollment has increased by only 258 students. This year, enrollment increased by just 29 students, yet the board is being asked to approve a budget that increases spending by nearly $19 million for a district experiencing little to no growth. Based on information spanning nearly 25 years, the board has never approved a tax increase as large as the proposed 26.5 mills. In South Carolina, more than 20 school districts have their budgets approved by citizens, county council, or their legislative delegation. It is difficult to imagine Lexington County Council or the taxpayers who fund this district approving a budget and tax increase this large without asking more questions. Have any of you reviewed Lexington County Council's budget? County Council received more than 1,500 pages of detailed budget information for a budget that is approximately $7 million smaller than Lexington 1's. This board received around 500 pages. County Council's budget detailed expenses down to paper, pens, and office supplies. Vehicles are listed with odometer readings, projected annual mileage, and replacement schedules. Does this board know how many vehicles Lexington 1 owns and how often they are replaced? I've been asking that question for years, and I've never received an answer. Yet a vehicle replacement plan is referenced in this budget. Does the board know how much has been budgeted for paper? If not, you should, because there's no reason teachers should be rationing paper. Administration anticipates ending this year in the red by millions, and not a word was said to the board until 2 months before the end of the fiscal year. And without first informing the board of the shortfall, administration made budget cuts and decided who, what, and where they would trim the budget. Those are decisions for the board. When the board finally received budget to actual figures, they were accompanied by pages of explanations. Those accompanying explanations really tell a story, don't they? The reality is that the board provides the district with a blank check each year. After the budget is approved, the district makes unlimited transfers without board approval. Given the lack of detailed budget information, minimal growth, and lack of board oversight, I do not see how the largest tax increase in recent history can be justified. And to see that the board is approving a resolution tonight because they are unable to participate in the program that offers free meals to kids because it would be a financial hardship is a real slap in the face. Lexington 1 is one of only 9 districts of 70 not participating in this program. The people experiencing real financial hardship are the taxpayers and business owners who are being asked to shoulder the burden of yet another tax increase. Unfortunately, students are paying the price as well. The taxpayers of Lexington 1 deserve accountability and a budget that reflects responsible spending before they are asked to pay more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garris. All right, board, do I hear a motion to adjourn the public hearing?
Madam Chair, make a motion to close the public hearing for the budget of 26-27.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries. All right, we will recess until 6 p.m. for our public session. All right. Do I need to? You got it? Okay. Good evening. All right, we will now begin the general session of the June 16th, 2026 monthly Board of Trustees meeting. Again, I'll just remind you that the district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting, and we approve the agenda for the evening prior to the public hearing. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding certified staff recommendations for the 26-27 school year?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve 27 certified staff recommendations for the 26-27 school year.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor, please
Madam
say aye.
Chair, Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Anderson.
I am going to abstain from voting on this, even though I attended the executive session. I was not privy to the documents per se, so I think it'd be best that I abstain from voting on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson is going to abstain. Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding administrative recommendations for the 26-27 school year?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve 4 administrative recommendations for the 26-27 school year.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Ms. Price, how is everything going?
We are doing great. Our principals have been doing an amazing job hiring for our 26-27 school year, and we are continuing to look for just a few more great teachers. So if you have any friends, send them our way.
Thank you, Ms. Price. All those in favor of the 4 administrative recommendations for the 26-27 school year, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding employee A grievance appeal?
Madam Chair, based upon a review of the record of Employees A's grievance appeal, I move that we uphold the administration's decision.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, board, do you have any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of upholding the district's recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. During executive session, the board also received legal advice in the matter of Barnwell versus Lexington County School District 1, and no action is necessary at this time. Now for the fun part of our evening, a very inspiring part, is honors and achievements. During this portion of our meeting, we celebrate excellence at the highest levels: state champions, national award winners, and first place finishers. These students, staff, and schools represent the very best of Lexington 1. Be sure to grab a copy of our Proof Positive newsletter on your way out. It highlights each honoree and the accomplishments we're recognizing tonight. When we conclude honors and achievements, our honorees are welcome to exit before we continue with the business portion of the meeting. When your name is called, honorees, please come stand with Dr. Price as we share your achievement with our community. For our first recognition tonight, we invite the 2026 South Carolina High School League Track and Field State Champions from Pillion High School and Whitenell High School to the front. Please come forward as I call your name. Representing Pillion High School are Jonathan Davis and Maddie Kaiser. Jonathan, let's see, I'll wait a second for them to come on. And no, Maddie, you too. Both of you. I started to read my next sentence and then I was like, I'll wait till they get up here. All right, Jonathan sprinted to the Class 2A state championship in the 100-meter dash, the first title ever for a Pillion High sprinter. That's so awesome. Maddie claimed the Class 2A state championship in the javelin, which is back-to-back titles for her. She also broke her own school record with a throw of 124.8. 124.8 what? Feet. I was curious. I didn't know. That's great. These athletes are... These athletes are coached by Mark Bedenbow, Patrick Leonard, and Jonathan Huggins. Coaches, y'all come on up here with them too if you're here tonight. Congratulations to our Papillion High School track and field athletes and coaches. Next, representing White Knoll High School is Cheyenne Love. Here she comes. Cheyenne achieved the remarkable feat of becoming a double state champion, capturing Class 5A Division II titles in both the 200-meter and 400-meter dashes, and establishing herself as one of the state's premier sprinters. Cheyenne, a 2026 graduate, congratulations, plans to continue her athletic career with the Charleston Southern Buccaneers. She was coached by Trelvis Miller. Is he here? Come on up, Coach. Earning a state championship requires countless hours of practice, unwavering commitment, and the determination to perform at your very best when it matters most. These student athletes have excelled in competition, represented their schools with pride, and brought great honor to Lexington I through their accomplishments. Congratulations to each of you on an outstanding season and on earning the title of South Carolina State Champion. For our next recognition tonight, we invite Chris Register from River Bluff High School to the front. Chris is the head boys lacrosse coach at River Bluff and was named the 2025-2026 Boys Lacrosse Coach of the Year. Coach Register has dedicated a total of 23 years to coaching and mentoring student athletes. Throughout his coaching career, Coach Register has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to developing young people both on and off the field. His leadership, passion for the game, and dedication to his players have made a lasting impact on countless student athletes. This honor recognizes not only success in competition, but also the positive influence Coach Register has had on the lives of these students he serves. Congratulations, Coach Register. Thank you for taking the time tonight to help us recognize our amazing students, staff, and schools. We have some very talented individuals in our district, and we love sharing their achievements with you. Now at this time, if you need to leave, we will give you a quick and quiet moment to do that right now. Portion of our meeting, Lexington County School District 1 Board of Trustees solicits advice and counsel of its citizens. To encourage this participation, the board provides a citizens' participation period during board meetings. If you're unable to attend this evening or uncomfortable addressing the board in person, you may reach out to the board by email, telephone, or mail. Our contact information is available on the Lexington District 1 website. As you came in tonight, you received a card to fill out if you indicated you wanted to speak. I will call on each speaker by name and ask you to approach the lectern. We want to remind you that this meeting is being live streamed and that the recording of this meeting will be part of the public record in perpetuity. You may comment on agenda items, school operations, policies, programs. You may not speak about or name specific individuals, whether students or school or district staff. Failure to follow this rule will result in immediate loss of the opportunity to speak. The board will not reply to your remarks, nor take any action during the board meeting in response to your comments or questions. You may address the board for up to 3 minutes. If you have any handouts for the board, please give them to Ms. Halliday in the back of the room, and she will distribute them. Please do not clap or make any comments, either while an individual speaks or after he or she finishes. Our first speaker for the night is Joyce Jordan.
Hi, my name is Joyce Jordan, and I actually work for the district. And I work in a classroom called a behavioral intervention classroom, which most people aren't familiar with. It is a classroom that has a padded room inside of it that locks from the outside. And this year, I had my first sexually aggressive student. And I asked to be kept safe over 20 times. And instead of being kept safe, I was called in by HR. My device was taken. My badge was taken. Couldn't even get my son's pictures out of my desk. And I was told I was being put on FMLA. No investigation ever took place, even though there's 2 police reports and I did 2 Title IX hearings. I've repeatedly asked for my documentation, which by law is required to be given to me because you are a federally funded organization. And I'm being told that it'll be given to me after it's looked at. Well, we've had more than enough time to look at it because between November and January 6th, he got me 11 times. And I said no 11 times. And I didn't ask to be touched, and I didn't dress a certain way. And I came back every year to that classroom, and nobody else did. And I love those kids with all my heart, and they should have never had to watch their favorite person being touched like that. Never. And I should have been kept safe when I asked to be kept safe because I didn't sign up to be sexually assaulted multiple times. And I intend to return to my job come July into a safe working environment. So I guess that now leaves the ball in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Next, we have Ms. Garris.
Good afternoon again, Chair Henson and board members. Tonight I'd like to address the bond referendum audit. When an audit contains incomplete and inaccurate information while excluding key facts, it begs the question, was the goal to uncover the truth or simply validate decisions that have already been made? According to the audit, they found no evidence of misappropriation or noncompliance, yet it fails to address numerous concerns, so numerous that 3 minutes wouldn't begin to touch on the hundreds of pages that I have documented. I'll begin with Lakeside Middle. An original budget of $53 million, board-approved increase to $58 million, finished with a final price tag of over $60 million, which exceeded the board-approved amount. Opened a year late. Nearby property owners experienced significant flooding issues during construction. The audit states that the school was built to meet growing enrollment demands, yet Lakeside has less capacity than the school it replaced. The audit determined that there is no minimum lot size defined for the construction of a middle school. However, the district defined lot sizes for schools in a press release titled, "What does the district consider when buying land?" On to the transportation facility. The original budget was $3 million, while the final cost exceeded $10 million, and the facility opened 2 years behind schedule. During the June 2021 meeting, the COO says, quote, "There was a scope disconnect. Our expectations were one thing, and the contractor had a very different understanding of what we were looking for," end quote. In case you missed that, and since you won't find this information in the audit, it took the district 4 years to figure out that they budgeted $3 million for a 1,000 square foot office with parking for 30 buses when they planned for a space 20 times that size with parking for over 200 buses. Instead, the auditors claim an evolving scope was the reason the price tripled, and a land purchase appears to have been strategically selected. Are insinuations based on appearances best practice for auditors? In addition, the audit says the board approved a GMP amendment in October of 2021. However, the minutes make no mention of any approval of a GMP. Next, Southlake Elementary, budgeted for $37 million, final cost of $55 million, opened 2 years behind schedule. The certificate of occupancy was approved weeks after school started, when the school was already occupied. Per the audit, the estimated cost of $37 million was based on a prototype elementary school rather than final construction pricing. This information is inaccurate. Southlake Elementary was budgeted for $4 million more than the other elementary schools because inflation was built in. The audit says management clarified that the 4-year delay between the land purchase and the start of construction was intentional. Intentionally allowing a project to increase by $18 million is all the more reason for an inspector general investigation. The $6.5 million in other capital funds that covered this cost increase actually came out of the general fund, the account that is used to fund salaries and pay bills, but that's not mentioned either. Finally, At the Old Pillion Middle School, taxpayers were promised an early childhood center. Of the $2 million allocated, $10,000 has been spent. The audit explains the Early Learning Center never moved forward because expenditures have been restricted by regulatory constraints limiting fund use on pre-Ks. The list of regulatory constraints includes not only pre-K centers, but also includes storage sheds and bus transportation facilities, both were which funded as part of this referendum. So why were bond funds used for storage sheds and transportation facility when those are subject to the same regulatory constraints? And why isn't this information reported in the audit? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garris. All right, board, at this time, I am going to turn it over to Mr. Rice to introduce our guests for the bond referendum audit report.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. We actually have representatives from RSM that the board basically selected. We wanted for the 2018 bond referendum. We selected 4 projects that we wanted to have a separate group to come and look at, and pretty much I will say in advance, I'll let them go ahead and introduce themselves. I don't want to butcher some of your last names, but they've done a very, very good job, a good thorough job of looking at these projects. And what I wanted to do, just to to maximize the time, is I'll just kind of let you all go and touch on everything that you found and looked at. I've worked with them a little bit closer than the rest of the board, but I'm sure, board, you all may have questions. You may want them to unpack other things. And so please feel free once they finish going through their presentation. So I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening. I'm Matthew Blondell. I'm a director in internal audit with RSM. Co-presenting with me today is Carolyn Egan, another director, and Gray Mishka, an associate. We're part of the project team that worked on this review. Mr. Rice.
Yeah, can you just make sure you're speaking into?
Yes, is this better? Sorry.
There we go. Thank you.
Following an RFP in 2025, RSM was engaged by the district to review certain components of the 2018 bond referendum. And RSM, we work with many school districts throughout the country, specifically a large concentration of our school districts here in the Southeast. And as you might imagine, many of the school districts that we work with have questions. We've conducted many audits around capital construction initiatives, including those funded by bond proceeds. Within specifically, as Mr. Rice mentioned, within the scope here, 4 projects were selected for us to do a deep dive review in to identify and address specific concerns that were noted in the RFP that our understanding were noted by the board, and then also to use that information to identify if there were other underlying themes or other recommendations that we have for improvement across the bond program as a whole through looking at those 4 selected projects. We're excited to present the results to you this evening as a complement to our more comprehensive report that I understand will be made available following the meeting here. Before we begin the detailed presentation, I would just like to say thank you for Mr. Rice for working with us as our board liaison throughout the project. I know we had many conversations, and you were very helpful in helping garner support and making sure that everybody was attentive to our requests. Also, thank you for Dr. Price, for your time and your staff's time. We met with many folks across management here at the district, from finance and procurement and operations and construction, and spent several days on site interviewing those folks in person, had lots of conversations, and then of course following that had countless requests for other documentation and requests, follow-up, that sort of thing. So appreciate everybody's time and commitment to helping us complete our work. This is just a quick executive summary, and we'll get into many of these items in more detail as we can complete more of the presentation. So as shown here, in 2018, voters approved up to $365 million in general obligation bonds for certain items, including new construction of new schools, safety and security upgrades, renovations, technology upgrades, and a transportation facility. As of the date of our report, $362.8 million had been allocated to those projects. Again, we looked at 4 projects specifically, which we'll get into later in the report. And I think it's important to mention before we get too much further that through our work, we didn't identify any specific items of malfeasance, misappropriation, fraud, anything like that. Our procedures weren't specifically designed to detect fraud, but sometimes we find things. We didn't see anything of that in any of the work that we did complete. while we certainly did, despite that, we certainly did identify some opportunities for improvement, which we will expand later on as we go through the report. I think the primary driver of many of the questions that were in the RFP that we were asked to address through our review were really related to the budget increases that happen with these schools. Generally, the 4 bullets here kind of capture this. Again, we'll get into more of this in detail as we continue on, but really it's planning level estimates, right? Very early preliminary estimates that were shared publicly that were not quite set before final procurement occurred. So of course there were some increases there. Another piece of this was construction cost escalation that happened. Obviously the bond was approved pre-COVID, and in that 2021 year, you may remember that there was really for the time unprecedented increases in construction costs in that 2021 timeframe. Because of the sequencing of some of these projects, they did increase substantially. Our detailed report has more information on this and those impacts there and how that construction cost did, just base construction materials cost and labor cost increased significantly in that time period between 2020 and 2022. Again, we mentioned sequencing. Because of the nature of the area that we're in and the capacity of the contractors that were ultimately selected, sequencing is a natural thing that was going to happen when we have large amounts of funding like this for several projects over the course of a couple of years. It makes sense to sequence, and we see this with many of our school districts, by timing projects. We can't have them all start on day one because there's not enough contractors and labor to do all of the construction projects at the same time on day one. So they are sequenced in that manner, and that was, as we understand, planned from the outset. And then, of course, there were some site acquisition challenges that also, provided, reasons why there were some cost increases as we move throughout this. So, as we identified, all of the material budget increases were presented to and approved by the board. Again, there were some opportunities for enhanced transparency and reporting. Of course, we'll talk about that in a little bit, but by and large, we didn't note anything that was not specifically approved in the board minutes. So I think, before I turn it over to Gray, who's going to go through some more of the details, I think it's really important to note, I mentioned before, we work with many school districts. We've done several similar projects with other school districts, and the things that we found are not unique necessarily to Lexington 1. These are pretty common observations that we have and recommendations that we see with school districts as they continue to grow and mature and evolve in their practices. And so we've laid those out in our report. And again, I think it's just important for everybody to understand that what we see here is not necessarily out of the box. It's nothing that we haven't seen before, and it's nothing that we won't expect to continue to see as we continue to work with other school districts. These are just growing pains that come along with large funding mechanisms for public construction projects. So with that, I will turn it over to Gray, who will get a little bit more into the details of the individual projects.
Thanks, Matt. So going through this slide, we're kind of going to break out the 4 projects that we reviewed, independently reviewed, and we'll be going through and identifying, the key concerns within each project that we've gone through. We'll break out the budget and how is increased or decreased. And then lastly, we'll go through the documents that we obtained and reviewed from management to validate the final expenditure amount. So beginning with the new transportation facility and the South Lake Elementary School. Well, the key concern here was surrounding the budget increase, and you can see for the new transportation facility, is an increase from $3 million to $10.1 million. And for South Lake, the increase is from $37 to $53.9 million. Now, as we move to Lakeside Middle School, the key concern here is a little bit different, as it is due to the contingent land failure purchase, resulting in the South Carolina Department of Transportation mandating improvements and utility relocation. That ultimately led to a $5 million cost, increasing the budget from $53 to $60.6 million. Lastly, With former Pellion Middle School, the key concern here was surrounding the unallocated funds and what these funds are currently being allocated to. So through our review of these 4 projects, we obtained materials from management, including GMPs. We obtained contracts, procurement documents, change orders, pay applications, and these are what we use to validate the final expenditure amounts. And to reiterate Matt's point, after our review of these documentation, there was no evidence of misappropriation and no evidence that there was any procurement noncompliance. So now moving into the main reasons of what drove the budget variances. So beginning with the transportation facility, as you can see, the $3 million was originally a placeholder for a minimal concept. And in 2019, the board formally approved the district to go out and begin searching for the most advantageous site that would benefit the community for the long term. And in 2020, the district ended up finding a site on Two Notch Road for 48 acres, securing a site that they believed to be the most advantageous. However, the site that they secured was larger than the $3 million concept was originally planned to be. And going through the formalized board minutes, we didn't see any approval of the expanded scope that resulted in the budget increase. However, in 2021, the board did formally approve the budget increase of $6.5 million to expand the scope and take advantage of the larger area and build a modernized transportation facility that served the 3 districts, or 3 areas, including Lexington, White Knoll, and River Bluff. And these improvements included things like fueling bays, maintenance bays, wash bays, and administrative space. Now, moving to South Lake Elementary, the main driver for the increase in budget here was due to the deliberate sequencing of the project. So this project got sequenced purposely late in the bond referendum cycle to avoid saturating the local construction market. And during the gap of when the land was procured versus when construction started, there's a 4-year gap. And during this gap, construction material prices increased, mainly around concrete, wood, steel. All these kind of materials increased in cost by about 43%, resulting in a increased budget amount. Now, moving to Lakeside, the reason for the increased budget amount of $5 million was due to a contingent land option purchase failure, where the district and the seller were unable to agree on a purchase price. And due to this, the South Carolina Department of Transportation required a mandated widening of about 1 mile of road, resulting in a $5 million off-site work that was initially not budgeted for. Lastly, moving to the former Pellion Middle School, the centralized pre-K repurposing concept that was discussed in this community was not presented to the board for review or approval, and no other proposal was presented to the board, and therefore no project proceeded at this site. Lastly, the proceeds governed by OSF are strictly mandated for K through 12 facilities, and pre-K falls outside of these statutory authorities. However, the 1.99 that has remained unallocated is currently invested and is accruing interest and premium that are superseding the amount for arbitration rates and tax purposes. And now to go over what management has currently done will be Caroline.
I have to move the microphone for the short people.
Go ahead.
All right. So one of the things that I think is, for me, coming into this project was what you can audit and what you can't audit. And so as we went through this process that got us up to this slide, and I'll move to the next one, is that we were looking at the paper trail. What were the rules that dictated what needed to come to the board? What was the authority of the board to make decisions? And what was the responsibility of the staff to bring those decisions to the board? I think the best case where you see a real disconnect between what the community was maybe having conversations about and what the board was having conversations about in the time, and this is a massive rewind, like we got to go back to 2018, right? Is around Pellion Middle School. And so there are community conversations about what you could possibly do with Pellion Middle School. There are conversations about what the need is in the community. And then there's what the documents say were brought to the board, the conversations that the board had, and the direction that the board gave to staff. And so a lot of what you heard in the last several slides was, as auditors, as outside observers, as people who look at these documents for a living, what we could see was presented to the board, what the financial decisions that were made, all of the payments that were made to your contractors. None of those things were out of compliance with what the rules dictated either the staff or the board follow at the time. That doesn't mean there's not room for improvement. And so the next couple slides that we're going to talk about are where we found room for improvement. But what was awesome about that was that the staff that had cycled into the district after these things happened in 2018 and 2019 and 2020 had already taken care of a bunch of these things. So the first one that we found, which is clearly out of line, was the reporting to the board, the updates to the board, the progression of construction projects. Did we stall? Did we start? Did we have to go back out for a second budget? Did we learn that the offsite improvements for a school differ from what we had originally planned for? That reporting to the board was a clear opportunity for improvement. And starting this year, you began to get more regular updates from your finance department on what was happening with some of your capital construction. Are there still room for improvement? Absolutely. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. But one of the things we saw immediately through the paperwork was that we can't find the updates to the board. And so then Jennifer brought them to us and said, well, here's what we're doing now. So we already saw a change in the behavior to be able to make sure that the board, who represents the community, understands what's going on with these projects. The next one was really around what is the sort of difference between what might be the state procurement law, your local procurement policy, and then what really happens day to day. And so what we saw was a progression of improvement between what do the state laws say that you need to do when you're going to go spend $50 million on a project, $10 million on a project, and what your local procurement law says, and then the practices that you have. And what we know is that in July, staff followed what was in place at the time. And then in July of 2022, there was a new policy brought to the board. And what we looked for in that policy was, where does the board acknowledge that this is going to continue? And right in section 4, it says that it's assigned it to the superintendent, which is very good for the board. But assigned it to the superintendent, his job, her job, is to continue to bring updates to the board whenever state law changes, whenever there are reasons that you're building projects that require differences. And so you have now an updated and aligned procurement policy and procedures. And you also have a requirement that your superintendent bring that back to you on a regular basis. Land purchases. It is clear that there was a disconnect between the purchase and land acquisition policy and procedures, practices, interests, desires that the board and staff had back in 2018, 2019, probably even preceding that. And what you see it really in the transportation facility documentation is that there was a plan for $3 million to improve a transportation facility. After that, the board referendum went out. You have a purchase of a nearly 50-acre parcel. And then after that, so made the decision, the board, not any of you, the board at the time made the decision to purchase that property, and then 2 years later, you see staff coming together, coming back to the board and asking for approval of that expanded transportation. So we already know, so we looked at it and we said an updated land purchase policy practices would probably serve everybody well. Then we learned that had already come to the board and was already recognized by staff. And so the updated land purchase procedures and policies we thought were moving in the right direction. There's probably still room for improvement around there, but land purchases are so fragile, right? You can't even speak or whisper that this might be something that the district is doing because of how it impacts the whole market. And so land purchases sometimes really are felt that they should be in the public, and we need to make sure everyone knows that this is what's happening, but really you've got to be very careful about your land purchase policies, your practices, and that is the direction that we already see happening, and still an opportunity for continued improvement as the district matures and continues to grow and continues to buy more land. And finally, capital planning. I think we could probably spend a whole meeting on capital planning. It is a massive investment. It doesn't matter if you're a school district or a company or the county. How we do capital planning is now it's front and center. I mean, these are big purchases. People want to know what's going on. And we do that. What we saw was staff understanding that we've got to do something different and we have to do it more effectively. We know that staff is already undertaking the next facility planning exercise. And so it was well timed and we were happy to see that. But it's, again, just sort of maybe the first step in improving improving communication and transparency with the community about the right things and the right things that the staff were already doing, but making sure that it's clearer, more obvious to the community, and that you have more say in it and more communication. So one of the things that we think we still want, well, we really still want, and we think would help with and we talked about an internal audit function. Talk about it as an outside observer. There's lots of different ways that you can talk about it. But one of the things that could be useful going forward now is on a regular basis. It could be annually, it could be quarterly, that you have an outside auditor come and look at a handful of projects or a handful of expenses or a handful of programs, just so that you're getting a second look at what's going on, and so that your staff are constantly learning from an outside person on what could be better. It brings in viewpoints from other districts on what they're doing and what's being successful. It also lets an outside person kind of ask some hard questions, like we got to do with the staff when we first started meeting with them and continue to meet with them. And so then they're like, oh, we could do that. Oh, we should have done that. Oh, we'd like to do that. And so just that constant integration of new ideas, but also this understanding or sense from the community that there is somebody outside of the community looking at these and making sure that their dollars are being invested the way that the community members have said they need to be. We do think that there's room for new or modern or more specific financial policies that gets at some of this segregation of duties, just again so that when we know that when a contract is executed, there's someone who's responsible for all of the pieces up to the contract, and then as bills are put towards that contract, you know that there's a person who's looked at them, you know that the services that you're paying for were already paid. So there's that segregation of duties, but then also really having the board dictate and decide what comes to you when do you want to see updates, when do you want to make changes to how the staff is investing. And then finally, we do talk about transparency and making sure that you have a regular cycle of receiving updates. You, as the board, are representing the community, but I think what we learned on the K-12 or on the pre-K community conversation, there was a community conversation going on about needing nursery school or needing pre-K classrooms, and maybe board members weren't at those meetings and not understanding that these conversations were happening, this need was happening, or that this promise potentially was being made. So as you're thinking about interacting with the community, as you're thinking about more capital improvements, having that sort of a community engagement or that sort of program going along with board members also being at those meetings. And then very, very specifically, these are our recommendations that get exactly at the concerns that the RFP stated. So the first was really around this difference between when you have like a budget for your project and all of the decisions that are going to need to be made for that project. And at each time, you potentially are changing the budget for the project. So if you think about the land sale and you think about, or if you think about the original plan for the transportation facility, then the purchase of the land, then the final design, one recommendation that we have is that for every capital project, you do have a plan and it has a timeline, and each of you gets to ask, like, I thought that we should have been getting an update on where the transportation facility project was by now. So you, as board members, understand what to expect, what update you expect, and if that doesn't align with your expectations or what you anticipated, you get to ask questions and you get to get more information. You know that one of the things that happened throughout this bond was that the price tag kept changing, right? And it kept changing because so one of the things is thinking about making sure that every year, or when the project comes up in front of you again, that you can say, is this the project that was a $53 million when we started? Why am I looking at $55 million right now? What's the difference? What's contributing to that $2 million change? And each of you and the community gets to see what's happening. Thirdly, you've got one recommendation that we think would really help is if you're linking your land and the offsite improvements that are very likely going to be needed for any land acquisition. So I think a lot of times when we think about land purchases, we're like, well, we can level it and it's not too close to the airport. When you think a lot about like site location and the site, but we have to remember that you also have to think about access to the site. And so as you're thinking about the cost or the price tag related to a land, don't disconnect that from the access, because that is part of what happened with the middle school and having those offsite improvements. Now, there would have been offsite improvement cost even if the whole land, all of the assembled land had been purchased. But in this case, it was the offsite improvements that were sort of startling to others, and has caused some of the community concern around access to the school and the where the school is on the site. So making sure that as you're thinking about land and thinking about the school that's going to go on that land, making sure the offsite improvements are part of the solution. And then any project that winds up getting paused, have a plan for. So an idea that if a project is really getting delayed, if a project just isn't going to go forward, if there's just a change in need. You thought the growth in the district was going to be on one side, but it turns out to be somewhere else. That you have a plan, you have a policy, you have some practices around how you officially pause projects, how you officially account for those delays in projects. But these guys are going to take.
Well, thank you to the three of you for being here tonight and presenting. Board, do you have questions or comments for this group right now?
my question may not be for you all. It may be more for the rest of the board up here. But one of the things that I don't want to see happen is we get this information and we say, okay, thank you, and now we don't have a next step. So what is our next step from here with a lot of these recommendations? There's probably a lot more to unpack, I'm assuming, about how to actually execute on involving some of these recommendations if the board chooses to do so. So what does that process look like from here?
I'll give you my thoughts. Our thoughts? I think if you were gonna, one, I think would be on those general recommendations around procurement policies and fiscal policies. I think it's fair to ask your staff, so to ask your superintendent, to just bring back some updates. So where are we with the procurement policy? What are our fiscal policies? And what are the practices that this generally staff have around bringing decisions and bringing information to the board? I think that's one sort of next step recommendation. And then you really will, so have you all read the July 2022 procurement? I'll have it memorized, right? So having them bring that back to you, and so you understand what it is, and it aligns with state law, and is that the procurement policy that you want as you think about your next 10 years of capital planning? So this is just an example of what you can do. And then from these last 4 recommendations that we gave around land or inactive projects, really deciding, which is the one that makes the most sense to start with. Since you're undergoing a current facility plan, like the next round of your facility plan, a logical thing might be to ask staff and your consultants who are doing, that's not us, but to bring a proposed 5-year capital plan. And so you have what your 10-year needs are, and then you have the idea, so 5-year capital plan fiscally constrained, what you need to build for the district. And then that 5-year capital plan either goes in to another, funding effort, or just becomes your regular operating. So I think those would be, if I were sitting in any of those would be the things that I would, so the procurement policy, coming back, looking at it, making sure that's what you want it to be going forward. Your financial fiscal policies as a board, what are they? Are they missing anything that you'd like to see? And then using your facility process that you're currently going through, and considering a 5-year capital, like I'm going to call it a 5-year, but that's just because that's what it always is, but you can have 7 if you want, but just a fiscally constrained. Those would be my 3 recommendations.
I'm just curious, since you guys do this every day and you work with districts all across the U.S., is there a district that, maybe y'all worked with and then followed up with, or I don't know if you really follow up or not, but I assume you do because y'all offer other services. But is there some districts that you're like, man, y'all are doing it really well, that you could maybe recommend to us just as a board to kind of, look at how they're doing things as an example?
Short answer is yes. We work with many districts. Fortunately or unfortunately, we're typically brought in because there are questions, right? And so there are opportunities for improvement, and that's kind of acknowledged by the community and the board. And so we have several clients where we have been engaged over a number of years, where we have been able to see the progression of their capital program, their bond program, as it kind of progressed through its life cycle and continues into the next round of funding. Of course, we've had recommendations all along the way. Yes, I mean, we could certainly work to come up with a list of good areas, good districts that have good policies that we've seen in practice and that work well from our perspective. Yes.
I guess I have a general question. Obviously, you have certain recommendations. Obviously, you deal with a lot of school districts. Do you see it is, I guess, better to try and attack some of these recommendations by codifying things through your board policy or, through your district procedures, or does there need to be some combination? I mean, I'm just piggybacking off what Ms. McCown said about some districts that are really, really doing it well. I feel like we do it well, but we found some opportunities and we've closed some of those gaps, but there's probably still some additional gaps. But how do you best recommend attacking that? I mean, do you think it's just it starts with board policy, hey, we want to do it this way, or is it just practices where we're saying, hey, I want to be communicated with this often, or what have you seen work best in your experience?
As you mentioned, I think it's a combined approach. It starts with board policy because that sets the direction for the procedures that staff will follow. And then, of course, from there, staff can blow out procedures, standard operating procedures, those sorts of documents that really provide management's direction to staff that's executing that work and how that they expect it to be done so that it can then meet the requirements of the board policy. I think, generally, as any good auditor should say, right, transparency is always kind of the key, right? I think in many cases, consternation is typically, it's never fully alleviated. There are always challenges in community individuals and groups that are going to challenge them no matter what decision you make. But I think, providing everybody with the opportunity to have as much information as possible from our perspective is always the best road, so that everybody understands and everybody's on the same page, so that the community can hear it if they so choose to attend a meeting or watch a meeting, or the board members can have that information right in their back pocket. That way, if they are in the community, you have that information at your disposal because you just heard it at the last board meeting and you can provide that update as you're out there in the community. So I think to answer your question directly, right, it's a combination approach of adapting board policy, updating board policy, and then also looking at procedures that the staff is executing on a daily basis that you all aren't ever involved in or really see the results of. You just see the final piece of it.
One thing that that will complement, whether it's policy, practice, are systems where there's only one place where the information. So there's dashboard, or you can go to, we're not taking information out of a system, putting it in Excel, creating a PowerPoint, and then someone has to go find the PowerPoint to update the pie charts from last time, right? So as much as you can systematize where the information lives, you can always pull up. So if you were going to have a bond, you can pull up every contract. Right now, there are 27 contracts that are being funded by the bond dollars. And that meant that you paid $1.2 million last month on those bond funds. And then you can have a percent completion, right? All of these things can happen when you have all that information in one system. So I think, as Matt was saying, it's policy and practice, and the procedures. And then having everything in one place where everyone goes back.
Were you privy to the dashboard that the facilities study handed the district? They didn't. Okay.
We did see we saw copies of presentations that were made. Yeah.
Okay. So the facilities study they created a dashboard for. It sounds like what you're saying. Maybe not quite as detailed. Clark, I don't know, you could speak on it. I haven't seen the dashboard. We're still kind of waiting to get access.
It's still being updated, and will continue to be updated over the next few months. But yes, that was not a part of the 2018 bond audit. That is, for our current facility study. So that was not.
But it shows that we're going in the right direction. That we do have systems.
Yes, ma'am. That is correct. It is a dashboard that shows potential projects and costs and several of the type strategies that they were mentioning.
That's something, but I think I would like to see even more than that. Just something the community could log into as well and see all the details.
Everything's updated every quarter. Month.
Right.
But yeah, you do need.
And to that piece about public-facing information, we can provide several examples of websites where other school districts have provided what we feel like is a really detailed detailed level of information on whether it be a bond-funded program or a surtax-funded program. There's many different ways that these can be funded in different states, and we've also seen many different ways of where it's been really nicely communicated, as well as other ways where it has hardly been communicated at all. So we can certainly provide some examples of really great dashboards that are available to the public whenever they want.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, quick comment. First of all, thank y'all for the work y'all have done on this. I appreciate the information you've given us. My comment now is not really towards y'all, but kind of towards the board and Dr. Price. Something I'd like to see or at least begin discussion on is, and maybe we get on the agenda for the next board meeting, is kind of an action plan of how to implement some of this stuff. I mean, because like Ms. Flashnick said, I don't want to get the information and to say thank you and file it back. I mean, I want to take this information and actually use it. I mean, we've spent, dollars on this report for a reason. So let's take their recommendations and kind of get it and get this action plan moving forward to implement some of the recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. All right. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We really appreciate it.
All the staff that contributed, all of the answers, all the documents. It was.
Well,
we really
thank you,
appreciate
and they're great, so.
Hey, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on, I am going to turn it over to Mr. Clark Cooper for our discipline report.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think several other people are talking with you.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. But I'll go ahead and I'll get us started. And Mr. Matt McCormick, Executive Director of Student Services, and Mr. Bryson Williams, Director of North Lake Community Learning Center and the Alternative Educational Services, will be delivering the bulk of this project. It's a little awkward to start off a project update. But usually when folks are coming to the podium, they're excited about sharing their numbers with you, and their numbers going up. And when we're talking about suspensions and expulsions, it's just a little awkward kind of easing into that. So what we're going to share with you tonight is from Student Services is a high-level discipline overview of kind of the end of the year of the highly consequential discipline situations that we deal with, and then we'll conclude that presentation with Mr. Bryson Williams as he shares some of the behavioral and educational supports that are provided at AES. So to start with, discipline numbers, they are what they are. There are offenses that occur at a school. There are consequences that are measured. One thing that I do say with absolute certainty is the belief of every administrator in this district. Discipline is not what we do to a kid, it's what we do for a kid. We're trying to change behavior. And when we share this information with you as Matt gets started, I think you'll get some perspective on the numbers, because they can be shocking. I mean, having any number over one on any of these categories is not what we want. So you can see some large numbers, but I think when Mr. McCormick shares some information with you, it's going to give you some good perspective. I think it'll also make you feel very proud about the environment that's created in our schools by our teachers, staff, and administrators. Secondly, I would also like to say some of the things that you do see in here and they're shared with you is going to be a product of some of the decisions that y'all have made. Those additional assistant principals at our schools have made a big impact in terms of improving the learning environments in the classrooms and in the hallways. So we'd like to thank the board for that. But without any further ado, I'll let Mr. McCormick go ahead and dive in with the discipline update, and then Mr. Williams with the AES program update.
Sir, thank you. Dr. Price, board, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight and share some information with you. Real quick, before I get started with the slides, which is really what I would refer to as a 30,000-foot view of our discipline in our school district over the last 3 years, I want to step out just a little bit more and give you some 60,000-foot view information. When I log into Power School and I click all, that would give me the enrollment of our school district, right? And right now that number says 27,572. I'm going to use round numbers, so I don't have to continue to say those specific numbers. I'm going to say 27,000. Okay. So we have approximately 27,000 students in our school district. When we look at the discipline and we look at the number of students during the 25-26 school year that received a discipline referral, that number is 9,167. Again, round numbers, I'm going to say 9,000. Okay. So you can say, and it's true, 9,000 students received a referral this year. Yes. But I just want to take a second to also recognize and point out that that means 18,000 of our students did exactly what they were supposed to do every day for 180 days. They showed up, they got to school, they got there on time, they didn't have their cell phones out, they weren't vaping, they weren't tardy, they weren't disrupting class. 18,000 students. I think that's awesome. And so just to kind of highlight some positives, because again, when we get to discipline, we talk about in school and out of school, it is easy to get negative. But I just want to take a moment just to kind of point that out and bring that to everyone's attention. So that's fantastic. Also want to share this. Of those 9,167, let's call it 9,000 students, approximately 3,700 of those 9,167 students only received one referral. That's awesome, right? I mean, that's amazing. So just again, just highlighting some positives as we get into these numbers. Now, real quick, as we start looking at these slides, I just want to give some information as to what these numbers are, okay? So it is possible for a student to receive a referral, which would be referred to as a student incident, but on that student incident have more than one behavior infraction, right? It is possible for me to be cutting class and be doing something else I'm not supposed to be doing. Vaping, right? So there could be one incident, but there could be two behaviors associated with that incident, right? So it would make sense that if you looked at behaviors, the behavior number total would be higher than the referral number total, because you could have more than one behavior associated with an incident, if that makes sense. So these numbers are representing the higher of the two. Okay, these numbers are representing the behaviors that students demonstrated that resulted in a suspension. Okay, so this first screen is showing you elementary school numbers, and this is over the last 3 school years. And what we've done is we provided you with the total number of behaviors that resulted in an in-school suspension. And at the elementary school, it's not like the secondary school where you have an ISS room and you have a ISS monitor. And this essentially at the elementary school, what this really looks like is a student being removed from class. This student may be spending some time in the office for some time and then work their way back to the classroom. So in terms of in-school suspension at the elementary level, it's going to look different than in the middle school and high school. But when a student receives a referral and it's put into the system, you have to include what discipline that student received. And so if that student is removed from the classroom, oftentimes it can be coded as an in-school suspension, even though in our school district we don't really have true in-school suspension rooms, if that makes sense. So you can see over the last 3 years, those ISS numbers, those times where students have been removed from the class and it's been viewed as an in-school suspension, have increased, right? And this should not come as a shock or surprise to anyone. This is the information that you've been hearing over the last several years about the challenges that elementary schools are seeing in behaviors. And again, as Mr. Cooper said, I'm sure these principals and these schools are very thankful for the additional resources that the board has provided them to address these issues. But you can see the ISS has gone from 343 to 524 to 740. Out of school suspension, so if a student was suspended from school, that is the total number for the total number of behaviors, 535, 673, 1074. We also included, in the column right next to those numbers, we included the top 3 behaviors and the number of times that we saw that across our school district at the elementary level, right? So you can see, unfortunately, I'm looking at the top 3 OSS. You can see that hit, kick, push has increased from the 23-24 school year from 160 behavior codes put into PowerSchool to 273 to 352, right? And then next to that column are expulsion hearings. Now, please understand, if you are expelled from school, excuse me, let me back up. If you are recommended for expulsion, right, that doesn't mean you're expelled, but a recommendation for expulsion was made, that column is expulsion hearings. You are also suspended from school. So that column of expulsion hearings is a subset of the OSS column, if that makes sense. Okay? So this is the elementary school data, ISS, OSS, expulsion hearings over the last 3 years. Yes, ma'am.
So you explained that ISS looks different in elementary.
Yes,
It's being removed from the classroom for a certain period of time.
Yes, ma'am.
OSS is the same, all levels. It is you're out of school for that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Just out of curiosity, hit, kick, push.
Yes.
I mean, like.
Great, yeah. So that
I have children.
A spectrum, right? Right, yeah, a spectrum. So I am blessed with 3 myself, right? And I have seen all 3 of them hit, kick, and push, right? And sometimes as a result of the decisions they're making in my home, it can be, Maddox, leave your brother alone. It can be, Manny, what are you doing? Quit. It could be, I'm not going to say it, right? It could be something very elevated, right? So the hit, kick, push, it could be where a student is a line leader and the other student wants to get next in line, and they go to the line and they push the kid out of the way and they're getting in line. And that student put their hands on another student and bothered that student, and we can't do that. That could be a hit, kick, push. It also could be, now, that doesn't mean that student was suspended or received in school, right? That's not what I'm saying. Maybe an OSS example could be we're at recess, we're playing kickball, and I get upset and I knock you to the ground and I kick you in the stomach. That's a hit, kick, push, in my opinion, that very well could result in the out-of-school suspension. Does that make sense? So yes, ma'am. So does the spectrum.
Thank you for the examples.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And that's the I very much appreciate you asking that question. One thing I want to mention before I go into the next slide, and we're going to look at middle school and high school, is just this. I am so thankful and grateful for the administrators we have here tonight. These numbers aren't just numbers. These numbers are students, they're kids, they're stories. It's time. It is time, right? Especially at this level, when we're trying to teach students how to do school. That takes love and patience. Bless those who can do it. Thank y'all. We're very fortunate.
I will say it's interesting, and sorry, I'll stop, but the things that as the board, when we've held like community conversations and talked with either teachers and things we've heard from them, this data represents what we're hearing, especially under the top 3 ISS when you get down to this current, the 25-26 school year, inappropriate behavior, like the behaviors our teachers are having to deal with, that's been elevated. So it's just interesting to see that the data is showing what we're hearing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So middle school. Again, it is the same setup with table and columns. The 23-24, 24-25, 25-26, you can see in terms of ISS, it is pretty much, it's ebbs and flows a little bit. It's pretty much kind of holding steady there around 28, 24, 28. Out of school suspensions, again, it's also kind of right there, 1,400, 1,200, 1,500. Expulsion hearings, 247 down to 218 down to 181, right? So this is the middle school data, and it's interesting just to kind of see how disrupting class has gone up, inappropriate behavior has increased. So again, you're kind of seeing some similar trends and maybe what you've heard from individuals when you've had the community meetings. One thing I would like to point out on this slide, something that we've really put an emphasis on out of the student services department, student administration department, is fighting, right? We have tried very hard to take a stronger stance against fighting. We need our students to be able to come to school and feel safe and secure and comfortable and learn. So, and again, you'll see that trend in the next slides as we move on to the high school, which is right here. So high school, again, 23, 24, 24, 25, 25, 26. ISS kind of holding the same. OSS, you could say has increased, stayed the same. You know, it's definitely up from the 23-24 school year. Expulsion hearings are down. We love that. Only a 409 compared to 484. But again, if you look at the top 3 expulsion hearing reasons, if you look at fighting, right, at the high school level, 23-24, we had 81 hearings for fighting. 24-25, we had 65. This past year, we only had 34. To me, that is a huge success. I'll also want to bring your attention to tobacco, right? We've had some conversations. The board, we just kind of revised this policy. And you're saying, well, Matt, why are you pointing out the fact that tobacco's really only up there once and it's for out-of-school suspension? It's 217. How's this a good thing, right? Well, so if you remember our old policy, students had several opportunities to get before they got to out-of-school suspension. When we revised it, we moved it to you have it at school, you're suspended. We're really trying to help students understand that we are going to maintain and have a tobacco-free campus. That is the goal. And so what's not on this slide is this, is 2 years ago, again, I'm going to use round numbers, we had approximately 670 tobacco violations. Last year, we got the vape detectors in the secondary schools. Last year, it went down to about 520. This year, taking a stronger stance, addressing it immediately, helping send that message, it's down another 100 and so odd. It's like 409. So we're seeing that trending in the right way, right? Providing the schools with the resources they need to address this problem, addressing the policy, take a stronger stance on tobacco. We're just hoping that we continue to see those numbers decline, trend in that direction. Again, just want to give you an overview of elementary, middle, and high school over the last 3 years. This is it. I am excited to turn this over to Mr. Williams, who's going to give us an AES update for a bunch of reasons. He's an incredible leader. He's an awesome guy. And my presentation looks real boring. His is awesome. So you're in for a treat. I'm jealous. I'm glad I went before him. So anyway.
Mr. McCormick, real quick.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Before you go, under expulsion hearings, I see something PROB.
Oh, yes.
VIO. What exactly is that?
That is a probation violation. So a student that was at school on probation that violated their probation. Yes, sir. That's what that is.
So that's our probation, not like law enforcement probation.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay. All right.
Yes. Thank you for asking that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. Yes, sir. And with that great question, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Board, for allowing me to be here today. I hope that my presentation is ready. I guess I hit next. I don't know how to use all this. There we go. See, Matt's already set me up for failure. So it looks great. I'd like to thank AI, but all the data is legit. But before I get started, thank you for the opportunity. Last year, you guys allowed me the opportunity to do a passion that I love, and that's supporting students at risk that have trauma that need intervention. And that's what we brought to the alternative program. So I want to thank you guys for that opportunity. This is a dream job. I've told Dr. Price, I've told Ms. Gaskins, everybody, this is a dream job for me that I plan to retire at. So I'm very excited to be here. So kind of as we get started, just kind of talking about what AES does. The alternative program houses students from grades 6 to 12. Our alternative program, kind of to give you an overview of what we do, when whenever a student is recommended for alternative placement through the hearing officer, the parent schedules a orientation meeting. That orientation meeting is very thorough. It lasts upwards of 30 to 45 minutes, and the reason we do that is we have very high expectations for academics and behavior for students that get placed. And so in that orientation, we go over everything from dress code to how you're supposed to engage in class and everything in between. That's a very high standard for what we do. That is grounded in the work that we've done in goal setting. Everything that we do at the alternative programs is grounded in goal setting. So every week our students set 2 types of goals. The first type of goal they're going to set is an academic goal. The second type of goal they're going to set is going to be a behavioral goal. We don't just let our kids get away with setting those goals, though. I did a lot of work with Kristen Gillespie in our district, as well as Dr. Osborne Smith, and really set those in behavior intervention. So when our students set an academic goal, they're also going to name academic success strategies on how they're going to reach those goals. So an example may be, I'm going to complete X amount of assignments by the end of the week. Well, you're going to also tell me, I'm going to ask the teacher questions whenever I have problems. I'm going to use appropriate resources to get to those answers and not AI or Google. And so giving them strategies to get to those academic goals they set. Second type of goal we set are behavioral goals every week. And again, we don't let them get away with setting behavioral goals. They name replacement behaviors. So again, an example of a behavior would be, when I feel frustrated, I won't lash out and use profanity in class. Instead, they'll name a replacement behavior of, I will raise my hand and politely step out to the hallway. So again, everything is grounded in helping them name and own replacement behaviors and strategies to be successful. Really, the reason that we do this is because of the culmination of their time there is through the transition passage. The transition passage is held at the end of a student's time, and that's where a student presents their time frame and what they've learned and the skills that they developed in the alternative program. And in that passage, it's myself, their counselor, their family, and then the homeschool has representatives that are sent to kind of hear from their student. And in that passage, it talks about their time, what their current grades are. The student leads this. No adult really speaks until that student is finished. But the most powerful slide in that presentation is what I need. And that's where the student gets to advocate to their homeschool from those goals that they've learned, the replacement strategies, the academic success strategies that they have learned. They tell their homeschool, I need this. So some examples of some things that students have said. I need a mentor that's a lot like Mr. Dowdy, who will be firm, but also can make me laugh whenever I feel frustrated. Whenever a teacher or a student does this, it makes me feel anxious. And whenever I feel anxious, I need to be able to go do X. And the amazing thing, and again, I'm glad I have all my leaders in here. Thank you, because they've listened to it. They've heard it. They've responded to our kids. They've told them, here's what it looks like when you come back to this school. And it's been really powerful and amazing. And you'll see that in just some of the stats I'll throw out in a minute about the kids that have returned from the alternative program. While they're with us, we have a huge ecosystem of wraparound services of care. Our job at the alternative program, as you guys know, many of our kids come to us with mistrust, damaged relationships of the school system, adults in the school. We really bend over backwards to rebuild that trust of adults, administration, teachers, rules, expectations. And so we do that. We have monthly meetings with our students that I call family meetings. I'm big on family and team. I love these kids. So we sit down every month with our high school and middle school students, reiterate expectations, talk about upcoming things. And one of the cool things is we have district leaders come in and talk to our students. Mr. Rice came in and spoke to our students one month, sharing stories of encouragement, resilience, kindness, and how they've overcome to be successful. And then we have every week, the Pathways to Healing will come in. Our students have to opt in, or families have to opt our students in. When we began that program, 99% of families that were offered opted into that program to have their students or hear from Pathways to Healing. Over 90% of our students or our families opted into the Courage Center. So the Courage Center and Pathways to Healing come in weekly and conference with our students and give them strategies to deal with trauma, stress, substance abuse, and everything in between. Our home schools have done an amazing job coming in and visiting our kids, again, helping to repair those relationships. And then it doesn't end there. I always tell a kid, you can't get rid of me so quick. Anytime a kid goes back to their home school, myself and one of our counselors will go back monthly and check on them, again, to show them we have another adult on your side that's going to advocate for you, take care of you, listen to you, check behavior, attendance, and grades. We are really doing a lot to show them. The impact is incredible. We do feedback. Our students are really appreciating the work that we do. Of course, students are always going to have a lower impact score than anybody else, but that usually means we're doing the right thing. And so whenever we talk about impact, just give you a few key stats and some amazing things about the work that we're doing. 98% of the students that returned to their home school post-transition did not visit the hearing officer again. 98% of the students that came to me never heard or saw the hearing officer again or committed an offense where they'd have to go back to the hearing officer. 94% of middle school students promoted to the next grade without needing summer school. Our students and our middle school team and our high school teachers were amazing. Our high school students, whenever they returned, on average, earned 6.29 credits upon returning to school. Here's my favorite one. These kids that return from AES averaged 1.15 referrals upon returning. Our kids are amazing. Our staff has reached over, our homeschools have adopted it, and we're making an amazing and passionate impact on our kids and changing lives, showing them the ability that they can succeed, they can do no matter what their difference is, no matter what their trauma, background, whatever it may be. Just a couple of other milestones. We did recommend that to a family group that 3 students attend the adult education program. 2 of those students successfully completed. 1 will finish in December. And all of those students, when they arrived, were behind. And then 16 students are currently enrolled in virtual SC summer courses. That number is up from what my counselor says, Ms. Haywood, unprecedented, that they're trying to get back on track in summer school on their own. So again, we are doing amazing things, and that's a thanks to you for allowing me the opportunity to work with these teachers to impact these students' lives. So just kind of last slide, I'll kind of jump into where do we grow from here. We've laid an amazing foundation. Our theme for next year is foundations laid, time to start building the house. It's time to start framing, okay? We built a foundation on 3 of our graduate profile competencies that we felt were most beneficial to students that come to us, and that's resilience, responsibility, and kindness. And so what we're looking to do is grow in goal setting. Our home schools are going to help our students set goals whenever they get to us, things that they see from their students. I think Johnny needs to work on this. I think Susan needs to work on that. Our families are going to help their students set goals, and we're going to be better at communicating those goals and their progress to families as well. We're going to be partnering with Conscious Discipline to, again, continue to support our students with trauma, to support our students academically and behaviorally, because we know a lot of our kids act with their downstairs brain instead of their upstairs brain, and we want to support them and encourage them that way. We're going to make a huge instructional shift that I'm very excited about, and I'm very encouraged by my teachers' enthusiasm by it. We're going to limit technology usage in the classroom, and our goal is to limit it to 30 minutes or less in the class and increase face-to-face and small group instruction and collaboration with our students. And so that's kind of it. I know I was kind of told, hey, I can talk a lot because I'm excited and passionate about working with these kids. So I hope I did a really good job with it. But again, thank you all for the opportunity and the time. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Williams. Yes. Okay. Mr. Williams.
Mr. Rice just likes to jump right on it.
I want to jump on it while it's something that you mentioned about the students transitioning back to their home school that I'm really interested in. I know you talked about, resilience, kindness, responsibility. That's something you teach. I know you talked about that when I came in and spoke. But I wonder, like a student who has a strategy that says, instead of me using foul language, I'll raise my hand and step outside. does that strategy carry over with them when they go to their home school? Is that still something they're eligible to do, or how does that tie in once they go back to their home school so they don't regress?
Absolutely, and that's why that transition meeting with that homeschool that brings those representatives in, that homeschool and all of our homeschools have done a great job of saying, cool, I hear you saying that you need this. Here's what it looks like at River Bluff High School, Pillion Middle School, Lakeside Middle School, whatever school it is, here's how we do that for you. And some schools will say, we'll give you a fast pass. Some schools will say, just raise your hand and we'll notify your teacher. You just need to step out and go do what you do. So really it's a testament to our homeschools really jumping in with what we're doing and supporting kids. And that's why you've seen kind of the data points that you have seen.
Board members, other questions?
I just had one small question. You kind of slid something in there at the very end that was music to my ears about limiting tech. And can you just briefly speak more about that as to why and how what that looks like? Because I love that, and I want to do more of that in the future.
With us, it's going to be a huge challenge with our students that come in from 5 different high schools and 8 different middle schools. Admin it's a learning platform. It's easy for our teachers to come in, plug things in. Wow. But the reason that we do, or we're shifting away from that, is just the data points that we found. Our kids don't read and write well on their ability levels, and that's through a program we use through Admin called Exact Path. We can kind of track where they're at. In the feedback we asked for students at the end, it was really powerful. Our students said, I wish I would have gotten more face-to-face instruction. So they named it in the feedback that they've asked for. And we just felt 2 of our major discipline referrals that we have at the alternative program are sleeping and technology violations. And so why not eliminate it? We're going to give you less time on the computer, and we're going to encourage more face-to-face and collaboration. And what that will ultimately do is that will cause more success in the classroom, because now our students know how to engage and interact with their classmates as well as teachers.
Well, I thank you. I think that's brilliant, and I, again, like to see that across the board in our district one day. Thank you.
Dr. Williams, thank you so much. All right, at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Shane Phillips for our program evaluation report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to first request that next time I go after Matt McCormick, so I get like an intro and a walk-up song. And then secondly, I would like to invite Mr. Nick Pearson up here. Mr. Hanley, the center lead, was not able to be here. He's at a conference in Indianapolis, so I'm going to rely on Mr. Pearson to help me out if there are any questions that I can't answer. It is my privilege tonight to present a brief summary of the evaluation of the Center of Public Health and Advanced Medical Studies at White Knoll High School. I'm particularly excited about this because I'm the proud parent of a product of the medical center who's now a doctor of physical therapy from Emory University and is a clinic director in Charleston. So she did receive a very good, strong foundation at the center. This center opened in 2011 as one of the original centers of study. The program is open to any student in grades 10 and up. And it covers 2 specific pathways, biomedical sciences and public health. As with the other centers, transportation is provided between the center and the zone schools. I do want to mention that this center, we'll talk about this in a minute, has undergone quite a few significant shifts very recently. And so this evaluation really serves as simply a baseline to tell you how that program is functioning right now. And we'll talk more about what to do next in the recommendations. So at the center, a student can choose to pursue one or both pathways. However, to be considered a completer, the student must complete both pathways and a senior capstone project. I provided some examples of those projects in the full report, and I think you'll find that they are extensive and very professional. Now, while this center remains one of the more popular choices for students among the centers, enrollment has fluctuated a good deal over the past 10 years or so, as have completion rates. Completion rates have actually trended somewhat downward over the past decade. These fluctuations are likely, in part at least, due to offerings at the homeschools and at Lexington Technology Center in the medical field. Remembering that the center is focused on those two pathways. Their certifications and coursework is focused on that structure itself. Regardless, many of these students move on to higher education or into careers in the medical field. Fields like physical therapy, biomedical engineering, neuroscience, medicine. And these students are also earning very valuable and complex professional certifications in a variety of areas, including biotechnology aptitude and competency, CPR, and stop the bleed. I mentioned before that the center had undergone some substantial shifts. One of the challenges has been those scheduling conflicts that we discussed briefly with the offerings at other schools. So prior to these shifts, it was a 3-year program. And that 3-year program limited some of the other opportunities that students might have had at, say, LTC to get, for example, a different certification, like a nursing assistance certification, for example. So they have changed that from a 3-year program to a 2-year program. And in order to do that, they removed certain AP and honors courses from their curriculum and focused mainly on the coursework related to those two pathways. And again, students must complete both pathways now to receive a completer status. It is anticipated that these shifts will result in more flexibility for students, increased enrollment, increased completion rate, and those students who attend the center achieving more certifications based on the flexibility available in their schedule to not only earn the certifications and take the coursework available at the center, but also to have access to those other opportunities at LTC and at their home schools. So as recommendations, we recommend that the district continue to support this center because it is one of the more popular options. For the district and center staff to work with each other to continue to refine that structure, to work within the parameters set by the state and set by students' requirements in their schedules in order to make sure that the center and other opportunities are accessible to all students. We also recommend, as this is a baseline evaluation, to conduct a more outcomes-based evaluation in the next 2 to 3 years, giving them time to fully implement this new model and see how it works out for those kids. And finally, we want to make sure that we're enhancing the marketing of the center through all available outlets. All right. Now I'll take any questions you guys might have.
Board members, do y'all have? You didn't really talk much about the financial aspects. Can you talk about that?
So they receive the exact same funding that the other centers do, $12,500 a year. And so when I interviewed them and asked them if that was, if they had any concerns about that, there weren't any mentioned. And so it seems to be working out just fine.
Okay, and then in 2025, it's saying that the attrition rate is about 69%. Can you tell us why do you think that is? I mean, was it just scheduling? Was it, I know there's a lot of changes that, happening, but it seems like the changes are really good and that students would have even more reason to join the program. So then why such a huge decline?
This is the first year those changes were fully implemented.
Okay.
And so I would expect to see that attrition rate changing over the next 2 to 3 years in the opposite direction. If you want to add anything, Mr. Pearson, please let me know.
So I guess my last question is, you mentioned that there's some other programs that, would you say kind of compete with this, or?
There are certifications, for example, at LTC, like surgery tech, nurse assistant, those kinds of things that aren't really appropriate for this particular center. And then students may become a medical sciences completer by achieving those certifications and coursework at LTC or at their home school, right? But not take those at the center, and therefore they have to allot time within their schedule to do those things rather than do the things at the center. And so some of them, if they see that as their path, they may opt out of the center, completing both pathways at the center in lieu of going and doing those things. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm. And sorry, just to go back to the financial question, you mentioned what the district provides the school for that particular center, but can you maybe get us just how many teachers are involved and what total kind of what that whole program, including salaries and fringe and all that, actually is?
Yeah, sure, I can do that.
That'd be great, thanks.
I was going to say, we'll certainly get that, but the school is not allocated any additional FTE because of the center, so they do that with their normal allocation.
All right, anyone else?
Yeah, I have one more thing, but it has nothing to do. I just want to say to Mr. Pearson in the back, thank you for your time in District 1. You'll be missed, and wish you good luck in your future endeavors, and appreciate all you've done with here and on the high school league board and everything else. So thank you.
All right, board, our last item under new business for tonight is an introduction just for some discussion of policy DJB, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Flashnick.
So we I mentioned this rather during our last monthly board meeting. This particular policy that you see in front of you, while it is for introduction, it doesn't have any red lines or any recommendations for change in it. The purpose of this would be for the board to have some discussion and decide whether or not we would like to direct the administration to make any changes to it. This policy has not been updated since 2005. And as I understand it, and Dr. Price, please correct me if I'm wrong, but what it allows for is for any line item transfers within the budget to happen by the superintendent or his designee without any approval of the board, although the board does receive a monthly line item transfer report in our monthly financial reports. Dr. Price, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'll just add one thing that what that does is it usually transfers within object and modifier. Is that right, Ms. Miller? And but it doesn't change funds that have been specifically allocated by the board for a specific purpose. We would not do that. There were no transfers from one fund to another without bringing that back to the board for approval. But in managing the accounts, it transfers from accounts within the same budget from one particular group to the other.
And while I appreciate that this administration and this board may not do that, policies are what would help give direction to future boards to ensure that anything that may be procedurally happening at the district level is written in policy. So I also wanted to bring to the board's attention, I mentioned this at the last meeting, that in May of 2024, there was an attorney general's report written for a board member in a neighboring district that talks about budget transfers. And I'll send this to you all with the highlighted parts, but I'll just read you a couple of pieces really quickly. A district policy allows budget transfers, and this is speaking about that district's policy at the time. A district policy allows budget transfers up to $10,000 without board approval, and the board is considering allowing unlimited transfers within the same accounts or functions without increasing the total budget without board approval, and transfers between accounts and functions up to $250,000 without board approval. And this is the Attorney General opinion. We believe allowing budget transfers without board approval could be viewed by a court as an unauthorized delegation of the board's discretionary authority. And it goes on to talk about what discretionary authority means and what the legislature is intending by that. And you can read through the whole opinion in your own time, but at the end it says, the formalities and yada, yada, yada of the legislator's intent for budgetary authority to rest with school boards, which are charged with management and control of school districts. Because creating and maintaining a budget is a discretionary function, we do not believe the district's board, without authority from the legislature to the contrary, may delegate this function to district employees. As such, we do not believe the district's board can permit district employees to make budget transfers without the approval of the board. So I think we need, let me just finish my thought fully, and then I'll be quiet. I think we obviously need to look at that from a legality perspective. That's an attorney general opinion. I'm not an attorney. We can look, more at that internally. But I do think it warrants some conversations about what would we codify in policy. Are we comfortable as a board allowing unlimited transfers? And if we are not, is there a dollar amount that makes sense? Because in fairness, I don't think it makes sense to require anybody to bring forward a need for an approval to buy a red pen versus a blue pen. So I think there's some discussion necessary to not make it where we handcuff people to make their job that much more difficult, but that we talk about a policy that hasn't been updated in 20 years, a new attorney general opinion, and then what this board's thoughts are on what that may or may not look like if we were to make changes to it.
Yeah, I think that those, you bring up some really great points. At the end, you were talking about the red pen versus the blue pen, but I would be curious how that affects day-to-day operations, how frequently those transfers would need to be made, because if the board does have to approve them, we meet once a month. So how does that affect urgency and things like that for day-to-day operations?
I'll defer to Ms. Miller on that one, so that she can talk kind of in generalities without having specifics in front of her, but she can talk in generalities about how that works. And then I can follow up with a question after she speaks.
Well, I did run some numbers just so we could talk what we have had so far this year. Through April 30th, there was about 426 transfers. It may be less than that. That was just basically taking all the transfers into one file, and anything that had the same description of why it was being transferred was considered a transfer.
Is your microphone on?
It is.
Okay.
So with 426, 180 days, that's about 2.4 a day of journal entries. So would it impact day-to-day operations? It very well could, especially for items that are, as Dr. Price mentioned, just going between modifiers. It's really the exact same item being purchased, but we need to get it in the right account so that we're recording the actual expense according to the South Carolina Department of Education's handbook. My fear would be that we would go ahead and try to, we'll do that journal entry later to get it in the right expense account because it's something that has to be done. A great example, switching microphones, is that of those 426, there were 12 of those that made up amounts over 50,000. So the material items, there really are not that many as far as volume or number of those transactions. An example of some of those transactions are we had the amount for the athletic allocations. There was $80,000 that got approved last year for the middle schools. That was budgeted in an expense account. It really needed to be in a transfer account. So exact same intent, not changing it at all. $80,000 had to be transferred to the proper
transfer account so that we could actually give it to the school so they could spend it properly. So I think there's, some things we could talk about as far as, what are the items that the board is concerned about? What are the dollar amounts? What are those areas? Because I do think it would limit some operation if we had to wait a month to be able to do some of these and hold off on making purchases because of that.
Board, Mr. Rice.
I guess the only thing I would say is, Ms. Splashnik, I think you mentioned it earlier, is if we've had 426, but 12 were 50,000 or above, I think the board probably needs to discuss what is that threshold that we feel like we probably need to be aware of. I mean, be honest with you, we probably don't want to know every time we transfer $15, but probably if 25,000 or 30,000 goes somewhere, we'd like to at least have some awareness. So I think that's probably what we need to settle on.
And I was just going to offer, after hearing this discussion, what we can do is, I think what you were asking is for us to bring back some proposals to kind of take this discussion to the next step. So we can do that and maybe research some other policies that are out there and bring them back to you all for consideration and discussion.
So, that's great. Since this was discussion, is there any way to get those possibly like in our board brief as we would do an introduction? That way we could have first reading in July and then, like, are you saying getting us those things by our July meeting to discuss them?
If that's the will of the board, yes, ma'am. We didn't have them for this discussion
Right.
because we weren't really sure what the task was, but after hearing the discussion, that's what we can work towards before the July board meeting.
That sound good to y'all? Okay. Awesome. All right. Moving on, Dr. Price, keep your microphone on and I'll turn it over to you for your superintendent update.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, tonight it brings me great pleasure to give to you our 25-26 end of year report, and I will try to be quick. First, taking a look at our 135th day ADM, you can see for this time last year, the 135th day was 26-27, and for the 25-26 school year, we were at 26-67. You may recall in our demographers report that after a lull, the demographer projects that we will start to grow, and we're expected to surpass 30,000 by the year 2034. Our 5-year targets, you may recall, as part of our strategic plan. First is that 95% of our students will be on track to graduate. So I have to say that this data is preliminary. This is not official data that comes from the state. This is just us running our own reports right now. So this is just an estimate. But if you look at the numbers as they continue from back to 2019 to present year, we are back over the 90th percentile and the highest that we've been over the past 7 years. So we are trending in the right direction. Again, this is preliminary estimates of our own work, not anything official that we've received from the State Department of Ed. But that's one of our goals, is to get to 95% in our 5-year strategic plan, and we feel like with all of the efforts of the teachers and administrators and counselors back at the school, we are making positive gains in the right direction. Next, in addition to those 95% that are graduating on time, we want them to be college, career, or military ready. Again, estimated data here, not official stats given by the State Department. Those will be coming later in the fall. But we see, since tracking this data beginning back in 2019, we are at a 7-year high, and now we are over 80% for college, career, and military ready. A few highlight percentages that come from those stats. Industry certifications in this year alone increased by nearly 20%, that we've grown from 506 to 606 in just this year. Dual enrollment, pushing more students to take college level courses. The number of high achieving students tackling a rigorous course load of 6 or more dual enrollment courses has increased by 10%, going from 459 to 509. Military enlistees has increased from 41 last year to 44, so that's a roughly 7% increase. And this is one that I'm really excited about, is our business partnerships. The number of internships that we are now offering to students has increased by nearly 20%, going from 98 to 117. And some of the conversations you may recall that we had back in the fall with business leaders and owners in our district is we need more internship and apprenticeship opportunities. The more likely we are to get our students engaged in that, the more they are to engage in their high school experience, their CTE programs, and to really truly define what they want to do whenever they leave us after graduation. So, and it's a guaranteed check mark for being career ready. So we are moving in the right direction. And then our final goal was to have an increasing number of middle and elementary school students scoring at or above grade level on state testing. Now, this is last year's data. We haven't received this year's data, so that will be coming later in fall. But you can see the trend that we're moving in. We did not have 25 data when we gave this report last year. So now we're able to add to this, and you see a steady climb in ELA scores, in math scores, and in science scores. So again, thanks to all of the hard work of the folks in all of our schools and here in our departments at Central Services, we are moving in the right direction. Now, looking at our strategic plan, first focusing on goal number 1, which targets academic excellence and an acceleration of learning. That is guided by our strategic work that's grounded in our graduate profile, our instructional framework, and our curriculum management plan. This year, we rolled out the Lexington One Way, which is a collection of these resources that can be used by schools, administrators, and teachers as they work to develop and push towards their school work plans, their strategic renewal plans that are aligned with our district-wide strategic plan. These are the resources that help us stay grounded and on track that we are doing meaningful work and everyone is headed in the same direction. We've also released our Learn, Grow, and Excel playbook, and this is where our guiding documents live, such as the curriculum management plan, the assessment plan, our instructional technology plan, and our professional learning plan. You may recall that we also took a different focus with using e-learning, and that the board decided that we were going to take advantage of our in-person makeup days before we exercised our e-learning days, and we had to do that this year. But in addition, we also revamped our e-learning practices and procedures. And we, throughout the year last year, we got feedback from parents and from teachers and from administrators about tweaks that we needed to make when we actually did an e-learning day, and those were put into place for this year. Ideally, we will not have to use this, but if we do, we will have our e-learning plan ready to go moving forward. Grading. It comes as no surprise that this required a lot of our attention this year, that we had changes at all 3 levels, but where we spent a lot of our time was in grades 3 through 5, where we returned to numerical grading. So you may recall that we collected feedback after first 9 weeks, and we made some adjustments. Then we collected more feedback at the end of second 9 weeks. We made more adjustments. And then the instructional team went on a tour, and they visited every elementary school and gave every teacher the opportunity to come in and give feedback on grading practices and procedures that were put into place at the beginning of this year. Those academic solution sessions were very, very powerful. Those were presented to the board at a recent meeting, and they've been presented to faculties, and they have been received very well. So we're looking forward to making these tweaks and adjustments moving into the new school year. And those solution sessions that we did at elementary, we're going to take a similar approach and go do the same at middle and high for the year ahead. In addition to that, we have convened teacher teams to begin looking at grade level and school curriculum and assessment practices and resources that has already begun and taken shape in the spring and over the summer. We celebrated 20 years of immersion with a big celebration at the Ice House Amphitheater. We had over 1,000 attendees who participated, and it was a great event to celebrate our district's investment in immersion. Class of 26 with 1,992 graduates this year raked in over $228 million in scholarship offers. So great work by the class of 2026. Moving on to strategic goal number 2 that focuses on positive climate and school experience. We survived a superintendent transition, believe it or not. And so we kicked off kind of a new vision about what we're striving for everywhere. And that's a simple but powerful vision, is that every student, every employee, every parent can check the boxes that you see right there, that they feel cared for, challenged, supported, heard, celebrated, and prepared for whatever comes next. We've had a lot of recognitions and achievements that we've celebrated throughout the year at our board meetings. Over 90 student awards, 23 staff awards, and 12 school or department awards. The board asked for their first report on student safety, to include mental health services that we're providing. And we kicked that off back in September of 2025 as a new request of our board. You may recall that we also did a community conversation that was hosted by the Chamber of Commerce. I mentioned this just a moment ago, and the focus was on our education and workforce development, where it was made up of chamber members and business owners throughout Lexington County. You all did 5 different community conversations, one at each of our attendance area, that had a kind of a different variety of each one, but there were a lot of consistencies, and that has helped shape the work that we have done throughout the school year. The superintendent listen sessions that began last year continued this year, with several more schools that were visited this year. This will continue moving forward, to continue to have that listening ear and to give everyone an opportunity to come by and share thoughts and ideas. And we kicked off and successfully completed the first ever reading marathon. We set a conservative goal of 1.5 million minutes of reading, and we blew it out of the water by nearly 1 million minutes. We got up to 2.4. We received lots of good feedback and suggestions about things we could do to make next year's challenge even more engaging. So we're looking forward to repeating this opportunity next year. And then finally, strategic goal 3 focuses on stewardship of resources to support learning. We've had a number of audits and reviews. I'm not going to go through those, but you see there's 4 more centers, a procurement audit, a communications audit, a bond referendum audit, and our annual comprehensive financial report audit. So checks and balances are still in place to make sure that we are managing our resources effectively. We also introduced KPIs, and we tracked these specific initiatives that were approved during this school year and gave regular updates to the board, with your comprehensive report coming at the May 19th board meeting for year-end results. Our recruitment and retention efforts continue. This is a student-teacher reception that we had. You can see we have a large number of student teachers. We want them all, because if we can get them here for their student teaching experience, then it's highly likely that we can hire them when they're ready to step into their own classroom. So we're really excited about our partnerships with local universities to bring in more student teachers. And this year, we offered our first all-employees Pathways to Employment Fair. We had over 280 attendees who came to the employment fair this year. And then we also offered a future teacher luncheon that are current high school students who are interested in pursuing college degrees in the teaching field. We launched a new employee assistance program and 2 featured evening events for our employees, one that focused on financial literacy and another on annual retirement planning. We have a number of trainings and in-services that we offer throughout the year to all of our employees. A lot of these are continuous, and we're already planning and have implemented some of these for this summer and the new year ahead. We continue to try to celebrate our employees in a variety of ways with different recognitions. Lots of great events for Teacher of the Year, as well as Support Staff of the Year, retirees, and our Rookie Teacher of the Year. With capital resources, this is an aerial of the work that's underway right now of the turf install at White Knoll High School. We had our Series 25 bond that was presented for the board back in August, and the different categories that were being addressed with this year's available funds. We also had a report in April about the outstanding bond referendum funds and the need to try to identify what to do with these remaining funds as we move forward. And there's going to be a proposal later on the agenda for these available funds. And then our facilities plan. This is something that's been going on for a couple of years, and you've had a number of workshops and presentations during board meetings. And now we're ready to begin moving on to next steps, which was one thing that was mentioned earlier tonight, is to develop an initial 5 and 10-year draft facility plan and any potential land inquiries at the direction of the board. So those are next steps with regards to facilities planning. We also installed vape detectors, as Mr. McCormick mentioned, at all of our middle and high schools. They're now fully installed. And board governance and updating policies. You all have completed 76 total policies that have been reviewed during the 25-26 academic year. You've been very busy. And then you've also survived a transition from board docs into the diligent community, thanks to successful teaching by Ms. Halliday for all of us with our merger there. And then celebrating 25-26 is a little summary video that's a couple of minutes long. So, Mr. Jerome, if you could press play, and we'll sit back and enjoy. Hello, I'm Keith Price, proud superintendent of Lexington County School District 1. As we come to the close of this school year, I want to take a moment to reflect on all we've accomplished together across our classrooms, our schools, and our district. At the beginning of the year, I shared a very simple but powerful vision that every student, employee, and family in Lexington 1 would feel cared for, challenged, supported, heard, celebrated, and prepared. And as I look back on this year, I see that vision come into life in so many meaningful ways. I saw it in classrooms where students were encouraged to think deeply, ask tough questions, and solve challenging problems and grow. I saw it in our employees who showed up each day with dedication and belief in what our students could achieve. I saw it in families and community members who partnered with us and helped make Lexington 1 such a special place. This year was about more than assignments completed, tests taken, games played, performances given, or ceremonies held. It was about growth. It was about connection. It was about helping our students become kind, confident, and capable individuals, ready for whatever comes next. To our students, I am so proud of you. Whether this year brought big accomplishments, quiet progress, friendships, challenges you had to overcome, or lessons you will carry forward, you have grown. I hope you take time to celebrate that growth and remember that learning does not end when the school year does. To our employees, thank you. Your work matters deeply. Every lesson taught, every meal served, every bus route driven, every phone call answered, every building cleaned, every student encouraged, and every problem solved promoted growth, connection, and celebration. You have made a difference. To our families, thank you for trusting us, for supporting us, and for working alongside us. Strong schools are built through strong partnerships, and we are so grateful to be part of this community with you. And to the class of 2026, congratulations. As you prepare to enroll, employ, or enlist, know that your Lexington 1 family is cheering you on. We hope you leave us feeling prepared, not only for your next step, but also to lead with character, confidence, and purpose. As we close this school year, I hope every member of our Lexington 1 family feels celebrated for the role you played in making this year so meaningful. I hope you find time this summer to rest and recharge. Stay safe, and as always, let's continue to learn, grow, and excel. And that concludes our end-of-year report.
Thank you, Dr. Price. All right. I'm going to turn it over now to Ms. Miller and Mr. Cooper for our finance and facilities reports.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. And let's start with our finance update as of May 30. I'm wondering why that looks like that. As of May 31st, 2026, you can see on this slide our total revenue for fiscal year 26 is approximately $357 million. The majority of that revenue is state revenue of approximately $196 million, along with the transfers, which are also state revenue in the amount of $26 million. And lastly, the local revenue, which is approximately $135 million. You can see there on the pie chart that our local revenue now is about 37.9%. If you'll recall, we've been estimating that to kind of land around 37% by year end. I think in the next month we'll see that as our majority of our local revenue has already been collected. And so we'll see that the state revenue goes up a little bit slightly, bringing that down. On this next slide, we have the revenue broken out there by categories. You can see the actual property tax amount versus the interest, followed by our other local revenue. Then you have your state revenue category, has your budget along with your year-to-date, and then the percentage year-to-date. Moving next to our expenses, you can see we are approximately $341 million of expenses as of May 31st. The largest percentage of that, as you can imagine, is that $298 million, which is our salary and benefits. That's about 87.5%. Next slide breaks it down a little bit more for you. You can see your salaries versus your benefits in that top category, followed by purchase services with more detail. Again, this has got your budget to year-to-date actuals and the percentage of that budget. Next, moving on to fund balance, we've talked about where we think this is going to land by the end of the year. Since last month, we're at approximately $132 million right now. As of May 31st, that was about a $5 million decrease. This next month, we'll see a much more significant decrease, as we think it will continue to trend down with an estimate of being approximately just about $100 million at June 30th. We started the year at $114.6 million. We budgeted to use $11 million of that. And then also, as we have gotten closer to year end and our numbers are coming in, we are projecting that an additional $3.5 million will be spent. So that would take us to approximately $100 million at June 30th. Last time we met, or last time we spoke about the actual variance, it was about $3.4 million. We're at about $3.5 million right now. So of what we think we were going to go over what we had originally budgeted to go over of $11 million. Keep in mind, these are estimates. We still have one more month to get through with our payroll. There's some large annual leave payout amounts that are estimated in that figure, but right now these are the numbers we're projecting. The next slide here gives you the breakout of the assigned fund balance. That first one we talked about was the total fund balance. You can see here on this is the assigned or unassigned fund balance, I'm sorry. Again, it'll drop down towards the end of the year. We think we should, at the end of the year, be, look at my slide here, at about $124 million, and we're projecting that to go down to about $91 million at June 30th. Questions on that before I move forward?
Can we break down this $3.5 million? Because I may be misremembering, but when we talked about it
That's the net change. I'm sorry. That is the net change of revenue and expenses.
That's how much we're planning to need to use out of fund balance to balance the budget this year?
On top of the $11 million.
Right. And I thought a couple months ago, well, 2 months ago maybe, it was about a little over $2 million. So
that was your March figure.
I'm just
March
confused
projections.
what keeps climbing. Can we break that down? Where's the extra 1 point? something coming from?
The original projection in March had your utilities and the contract services going over. Then in April, as additional information came in, our repairs and maintenance, our subs, along with those two I just mentioned. So that was where that difference was. That was our April numbers, and then now it's changed approximately $100,000 since the April numbers.
So the big driver of the change from March to April was repairs?
Repairs and also our contract, our subs.
What would be an example of some of the repairs that drove it up that much?
I would have to look into the detail to.
And I'm just giving you a hypothetical example. If a compressor went out on a large air conditioning unit.
So in that example, why wouldn't we use some of the bond proceeds that we have opposed to using additional fund balance?
If that wasn't a board-approved project, we wouldn't be allowed to use those.
We wouldn't be allowed to use the 3.5 million unless the board releases the funds either, technically.
Yeah, that was my question, because we've gone over 3.5 million on the fund balance, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's something the board decides, not the district office decides. If I'm wrong, please let me know.
I think the areas that are going over are in the fixed cost, the utilities. We would still have to.
Is
pay
it fixed
that.
cost or repairs? Because we've heard two things.
There, in repairs and maintenance, you will also have your contracts for your elevator services. Clark, can you think of some of the other contracts that are in there for those services? I can't think off the top of.
Elevator and HVAC are the two largest.
One of the things we're working on streamlining is when I'm looking at the numbers from the accounting software, if the encumbrances are not included in the reports, I may not recognize that something is going to go over yet. So we're working on getting our end users in the habit of recording those encumbrances at the start of the year so that we don't have any of these big surprises towards the end of the year. So that's something we are trying to streamline to make sure we're doing that. But again, some things are just going to go up that will happen throughout the year that we're not aware of.
So I know we're not at next year's budget yet. But thinking about that and then knowing this $3 million difference, are there recommendations for preparing better for that for next year's budget?
Yes, those were included in our projections this year for our budget request for fiscal year 27. I think you'll recall between the first and second reading, we had an increase in the budget request specifically related to repairs and maintenance, utilities, and subs.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Mr. Cooper?
There are no additional capital projects that have been completed since the last board meeting, so there's no additional information to share.
Okay.
There's a large number of capital projects that are underway. You saw a picture in Dr. Price's slide of the turf field work going on at White Knoll High School, but we have large projects going on, White Knoll High roof and HVAC, White Knoll High elevator, Peyton Elementary's got car stacking going on, Peyton High has stormwater retention, Carolina Springs Elementary, water, fire and domestic water. So a large number, those just a few examples, are a large number of projects that are underway and will be in various stages of completion throughout the summer and into the fall.
Just a question for Dr. Price. We had talked, I think, a couple board meetings ago about some potential one-page summary sheets for capital reports. Do we need to circle back to that maybe in our next meeting or what have you? Or did we, I guess, do you need direction from the board in terms of what type summary we'd like to see, or is that something we need to kind of unpack together as district staff and board?
Yeah, I believe that's what we've been working on. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cooper or Ms. Miller. For moving forward, we've got those broken down for you as far as locations. So I believe that is what's been provided.
Yes, the capital project reports now have the column with the locations for all 4 of those reports.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a column, but I think we saw examples from some other school district towards the coast. It was almost like a one-pager that had this project, and there was a picture, and here's what we spent, and here's major things coming up. It was just a one-page document but I don't think that's something that we have done, but we discussed about maybe trying to start doing that.
Yes, sir. The last one that we've done like that, where you got that monthly or quarterly update, was with South Lake Elementary School. So we've done it for those large bills.
Madam Chair, I still do have a couple items on the report. Sorry, we jumped to the facilities. Along with the projections, we have to keep in mind, as I mentioned, there's still a very couple large unknowns with our annual leave payout for payroll. You know, that's a $2 million estimate that could swing. Also, we have right now sitting in encumbrance as of May 31st was $6.2 million. I'm assuming that our end users, that means all the schools that have things encumbered in the departments, are going to spend that. If they do not, that means we won't go over those items as significantly as we're discussing. And then also there's a remaining $2.3 million balance after the encumbrances that are sitting there that, once again, I assume people are going to spend that. But if they don't, then that would be another area that potentially we are not going over. So the numbers I'm providing, being a conservative financial person, is going to be a worst case scenario type of situation. But there are a couple of large areas that, you know, depending on how each school and each department finishes out the year, those amounts may not be as high.
All right.
And then procurement report.
Yes,
the last part, sorry. We have our unauthorized procurement report here. We have 1,123 transactions, with 45 of those being deemed unauthorized that will get ratified. So we are up slightly for the year from last year. We had about 2.7% last year that were unauthorized. We're at about 3.2% still. Looking pretty good for year-to-date information. We will continue to monitor these and look for trends and try to incorporate some measures if we need to, if we see anything that's concerning. And we'll be sure to update the board.
Board, any other questions for Ms. Miller or Mr. Cooper? All right, hearing none, we are going to take a 2 to 3 minute recess, and then we will get to action items. Okay. That might have been an extra. This is what I need. We discussed during graduation getting a gavel, and this could have been a fun opportunity to use that. All right. Thank you so much. Maybe the stretching of the legs was good for y'all too. All right. Mr. Anderson, can I just confirm you're there?
Yes, you can verify I'm here.
Oh, yeah. Wonderful. So
Big round of applause, everybody.
All right, just making sure. So we are going to move on to action items, third reading of the 2026-2027 General Fund Operating Budget. Do I hear a motion that the board approve the 2026-2027 General Fund Operating Budget?
Madam Chair, in line with what we advertised, I move that we approve the 2026-2027 General Fund Operating Budget in the amount of $420,584,111, which includes a 26.5 operating millage increase and $9,656,266 of fund balance.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Board, before we have any discussion, Dr. Price, is there anything you or your team want to address before the board discusses amongst ourselves?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
All right. So board, at this time, we're going to open this up for discussion. What's on the table is $420,584,111 with that includes a 26.5 operating millage increase and use of $9,656,266 of fund balance. I'll get us started. I'm going to pull, I wish I had this in front of me. Actually, I probably do. Just kidding. I have a printed copy of it. Thanks, Tracy. So there were some other options presented to us or things that we talked about, such as the support staff years of experience review, administrative salary schedule alignment, transportation hub supervisor stipends, athletic trainer supplements. Any thoughts or comments on those line items as well?
Madam Chair, I think can we get something on the screen that shows us what all is inclusive in the 420.5 million? Because as you mentioned, there's been a lot of change, or I shouldn't say change, there's been a lot of back and forth of different options since second reading, and I don't fully understand what we are and are not approving.
Good question. It looks like Miss Ruth is walking over there.
Should be about page 91.
I just wanted to confirm we were all looking at the same document.
Can you scroll down, please? Or up? Okay, yeah, the teal down there at the bottom. So I think those were the two things right at the end of the meeting that we quickly were discussing, and okay. All right. that's the proposed. Now, this does not include, okay, hold on. It says 993,000 in the next to last line item for support staff years of service review. We were also presented that we could possibly, if we do this for the ones who have provided the proof of experience, it would actually be $511,000.
I can maybe fill in some of those gaps. So
Yes.
when that number was originally given, it was an estimate, and our Human Resources Department has met with over 1,300 different employees, and we've identified the ones that were truly impacted by the cap so that they were limited to what they could get credit for as where they started on the step scale. I'm explaining that correctly, Mrs. Price. And so rather than 993,551, that actual amount for those employees was 511,626. So that amount could be reduced to that amount.
So that's 1.2 mil. So if we do the 511 instead of the 993, either we could decrease the millage by that amount that we proposed from the 26.5, or we could take that difference from fund balance, since this is a recurring fee and it's probably not financially wise to keep putting recurring fees in fund balance.
Correct. Those would be
Okay.
two of the options.
Okay.
The other item that we have found since the end of the school year was the general ed FTE pool. You see there is listed as 10 positions at 900,000. Well, we still had positions left over, so we would not need a full 10 to replenish it back to 10. So we could, I believe all we would need is 4 positions to replenish back to 10. So that's an additional savings of $540,000.
So y'all, I'm just talking, but please, everybody chime in whenever.
Well, I think, Mr. Rice, your motion was for what we're looking at here.
That's correct. But I think what we're considering is some changes to that. So I guess what I'm wondering, is it the will of the board? Do we need to spell out, I guess, do we need to change, do we need to discuss and then potentially change the motion, amend the motion? I mean, I think that's probably what's on the table now.
Yes, sir.
But I think as advertised, we start out
Chris,
with that motion.
Chris, you're absolutely correct. I mean, changing the motion is going to be necessary on this if we're going to make modifications to what we're doing.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Anderson. So just recap. Go ahead.
So do we have that somewhere in writing?
Ms. Roof, is that editable? I see it's like a PDF, but is there a working document?
Looks like no.
Is that?
Okay.
I have a file with the calculations right now that me and the team are working on. So if you want to tell me what you want to reduce or add, we can tell you how many mills or the impact to the fund balance.
And then you could share that with us for us to lay our eyes on or share on the screen or something.
We could if I share the file. Is that what you want, Dr. Price?
Share it with Libby so that she can put it on the screen.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe 2 other options we were considering with the support staff and with the pool positions was going to lower it by $821,000, I think. Was it?
Yes. $821,040.
Which is 2 meals.
Yes, sir.
That attachment that we got.
I think that's ideal in the millage, to reduce the millage by 2 mills.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Mr. Anderson?
I was agreeing that I thought that that would be a good move if we could reduce the millage by 2 mills. Going into this, and I had talked to some of the others today, I was resting comfortably around 25 mil. And like everybody else, I mean, I hate to raise taxes, but I think that what we've offered with debt service millage and this, and I think that we have brought to the table a plethora of information that's going to be useful going forward in every budget season from here on. And I think that we can take the information that we have sitting here and presented to us tonight, we can use that information. And I think as a responsible board that perhaps we should always be in budget mode. We shouldn't wait for budget season. We should be talking about this. We should be working on moving toward that and not being at a place where we are tonight. It's tough. There are things that we are on the would like to do list, but they're not on my would like to do list. They're on my must do list. And that adjustment to the support staff salary schedule is probably tops on that. Saving the money in the pool, I think that's great. It's tough, but I think that what we have before us is doable, it's viable, and it's reasonable. And I feel like it's a step in the right direction. If we, for whatever reason, do not pass this budget tonight, we're playing a giant game of Sim City with real people. And the repercussions are going to ripple, and it's going to be tough to undo. So I'm just pleading with the rest of my fellow board members to think hard, think deep, and I'm praying. That's all I have to add.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Ms. Slashnick?
Mr. Rice, I'm sorry to interrupt y'all. Can I ask a question about your motion?
Yes.
So to Mr. Anderson's point, your motion does not include a reduction to debt millage.
That's a separate action.
I understand, but what could potentially happen in that scenario is that you would approve the budget with a tax increase and the debt millage motion could fail.
Correct. And that's when I saw we have two separate motions, and I guess the thought on that is if we're going to agree, because this is what we were talking about in the second reading before we were going into actual vote, we were, hey, we're going to decrease the debt millage and we're going to do this. It was almost like we wanted to do those in tandem. So I guess the question might be, can we, or are we privileged to amend the motion and combine both of those?
We could do that.
Okay.
So
Would you
Mr.
like me
Rice,
to do that? Okay, give me
this
just a
might be
second.
a multi-step process tonight, but at least let's go ahead and get the debt service added. You're fine.
Mr. Rice, I would just wait and do one amendment until we get these numbers, so we don't have all these multiples that we keep changing.
That's fair. Thank you, sir.
All right, great. We have a working document on the screen. Here we go. I think really and then getting to the bottom of the document, because yes, there. Okay, so pink, y'all already edited that from what was on the screen earlier. Because on the screen earlier it was $900 and something thousand for support staff. So that's the 511 based off of the people who turned in documented years of experience. And then the 360.
Can you clarify that last statement, Ms. Price?
Okay, yes, please. I probably said it wrong.
So it's not necessarily those people have turned in their documentation already, but those are the people that we know from the meetings that were under the cap years of experience.
Got it. Thank you so
Correct.
much for clarifying
Yes.
that. Okay, and then the FTE pool that is only adding 4 positions instead of 10 because we had 6 left over from last year. Okay. So that decreases the total amount. Scroll down a little bit more. Oh, wait, no. It's at the top, sorry. So that changed that to 419 instead of 420. And so now the question is, do we keep the 20, wait, hold on. What did that? Oh, okay, you're just big. Okay. So do we keep the 26.5 mils? Or do we? Well, yes, if we just take those numbers down. I see what you're saying. But, so 24.4 mils instead of 26.5. But we're still using almost $10 million from fund balance for recurring fees, which means that there's a lot of work to be done between now and next year.
Madam Chair, can I say
Mhm.
something on that? What I
Certainly.
think we are all seeing is what is the kicking the can down the road from last year. So
Yes.
when you used 11 some million in the approved budget of the current fiscal year that we are in, if you look at how much we're now asking to raise millage, it's essentially pretty close to, there was a reassessment, but it's pretty close to the mills you would have when we talked about last year, hey, what would that millage increase look like? It's about that number. So what you're essentially saying, if you approve this budget with 9.5 and change of fund balance, I'm going to do the math quickly off my head, it could be wrong, but you're talking about another 24 mil increase needed next year.
I'm totally just talking here. I'm not saying we have to do this, but if we did stick with the 26.5 mils, that extra amount could be taken from that fund balance utilization. Okay, so do you see what I'm asking?
Keep the millage at 26.5.
I'd put us at like 8 million something in
Still
fund
have then
balance.
20 mils next year.
Or find cuts. So we've done some editing here. Motion on the table is still 26.5 mils, 420 million budget. Any thoughts?
May I just ask a
Yeah, go
question?
ahead. Sure.
Jennifer, you know, I know we've already talked about this, but could you just refresh my memory? The numbers this time last year from local revenue, state revenue, and transfers was based on this year where we're at from last year. It's about a $14.3 million increase. Is that right? Like this date compared to last year, we're
So
14.3
the
million
projected increase in
higher.
revenue for 27, what is that increase you're asking?
Yes.
That is, if you look at the very top there, that would be the 3.1 plus the 5.5, so 8.9, or I guess about 9 million.
Okay, and so where are we putting, show me again where we're putting this 14 to work? The 14.3 million, where are we putting that?
What, 14.3 million?
Okay, I went back from last year, the same meeting last year, and I pulled the numbers for state, local, and the transfers. And I wrote those down, and then the slide you presented today for the same exact date as last year, and then I compared the two.
So is it last year's budget presentation and maybe it's the 26 revenue increase? So that would mean in 26, we were projecting a $14 million increase. This 27, we're only projecting a $9 million increase.
I guess I just, what did you, do you know what you projected then for the year before for 26? Was it close to the 14? Because the way that I see it is the 14.3 million is what we have collected thus far, correct? Never
You
mind.
have it in front of you? Maybe I can, no.
No,
can
it's
I-
okay. Sorry. Thanks.
Okay, back at it, we have Chris's original motion. We've done a little work to decrease 2 line items. Now, did that decrease include the transportation hub supervisor stipends and athletic trainer supplements?
No, that's not included. Because we had gotten additional feedback on the transportation hub supervisor stipends and the athletic trainer supplements.
Right, on this document from yesterday.
Correct. So that would be additions back, 63,509 for the transportation hub supervisor stipends, which would be 0.2 meals. And
Still be covered.
then your athletic trainer supplements was estimated $137,376, which is 0.4 meals.
Right, which brings that up there to 419,763.
Right, but they've not been added into this.
I want to I feel like my brain is spinning. Like we're doing this and this and this and this. We have a motion on the table. I'm all about like a working session, but at what point do we draw the line where we're just going to keep adding stuff throughout the night and removing stuff throughout the night? Like what? I don't want to just belabor points. I want to be respectful that we want to discuss those items, but let's discuss those items and why we would add them in versus just starting to add stuff to the
Right,
budget.
so those were the 4 things that were listed in the document that was sent to us yesterday for the third reading budget notes that Dr. Price put together based off of conversations with board members in our calls last week. So these were the 4 items that.
So are
were
you saying
included
you
in
want to
this.
add those 2 additional items to this budget in front of us?
Decrease 2 and add 2. Decreasing the support staff line item and decreasing the pool position line item, which are significant decreases of over 2 mils, and adding the transportation hub supervisor stipends and athletic trainer supplements, which are significantly small amounts. 0.2 mils of 63,000 and 0.4 mils of 137,000, which still puts us less than what we had advertised.
And I guess what I'm asking is it the will of the board that before we amend that motion, because obviously we're going to amend the motion, but do we need to have some discussion about what we want to add, what we want to take out to finalize that number, and then amend the motion and include the debt millage reduction?
Yeah, Mr. Rice, everyone has
Okay.
an opportunity right now to speak. Those are the four things that I brought up based off of the notes Dr. Price gave us from feedback from all board members on his calls. Two of them are significant decreases. Two are very minimal but impactful increases based off of a lot of people under those two categories with athletic trainer supplements and transportation hub supervisors that reached out to all of us since last reading.
So I'm thinking, just for clarity, maybe we should take each. We were talking about 2 items to add, 2 items to decrease, but
We're in the hot pink purple.
should we just take them one by one and see kind of? I don't know. Should we kind of ask the board, hey, are we okay with this, or?
I see what you're saying. So
You see what I'm
basically, do
saying?
y'all like the idea of decreasing from 10 to 4 FTE pool positions?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I know that's something Ms. McCown's been asking about a lot, was those pool positions.
I mean, this is the first year we really dived into that question, but like, I mean, how many years has this been going on, you know? It's like we just freely give 10 every single year, but like, have you used 10 every single year for the last 5 years? I don't know.
Right, so
But I'm glad we're tackling it now, but you know, yes, I am in favor of that.
The other support staff years of experience, originally, we had over 900,000 on that line item. And this will put it at 511,000.
So I'm in favor of that.
Nice.
Are you kind of looking for who's in favor and who's not? I just was curious about the next item that you were going to go over.
Which one is the transportation hub or the athletic trainer?
The employees not impacted by the years of experience
Mm-hmm.
when hired, but who are claiming they have more experience than they're getting credit for. I guess I'm just kind of curious, like, what does that look like? Claiming, is it?
Well, the thing with that though is that this is unfinished business. We've already done this for the vast majority and we've missed these groups. And I just feel like it's just our responsibility to correct that and make that right.
So that second group that we're referring to, it really is a number of reasons. Of course, it goes back, for a number of years. It could have been, of course, HR practices have changed over time. It could have been at the time they were hired that years of services were credited differently. It could have been, now when a person changes support staff roles, we reevaluate their position and give them credit. So, for example, if they go from an instructional assistant maybe to a secretary, we reevaluate their resume and give them credit for maybe secretarial experience that they didn't get credit. Am I losing power? Okay. We give them, there you go. We give them credit that maybe they didn't get credit for before in their resume. We don't know that always occurred in the past. So some of that's that, maybe the reasons why. It may be that they didn't submit at the time. So we don't know all the different reasons why that happened along the way. Of course, now we have very clear practices and policies, and they sign when they get a job saying, we know we have a year to submit, up to a year of our hire date to submit our experience. And now that's not a problem. Throughout the years, we don't know why that's been a problem. But as we've interviewed, we've figured out, obviously, at different times it was. So
Did you just send out like an email saying?
no, we
hey,
met with every single one of them, over 1,300 employees.
Okay. Sorry, I was going to ask something and I just completely flew out of my mind. If I think of it, sorry.
Yeah.
All right. And then we have the transportation hub and athletic trainer supplements. Thoughts on those last 2 line items?
not necessarily against or for particular line items. I just don't love the idea that after second reading, if you scream loud enough, then we'll add a line item for you. Because we were presented recommendations from the district, and when we left second reading, one of the things that I took away from a comment Dr. Price made was there's a lot of things we would like to do, but we're out over our skis right now. And so what about all the other would like to do's we leave behind as a result? How do those people feel?
I would say
You know,
that's
it just comes to a point where we're down to what we can do, what we can't do, and I'm sorry, there's just going to be some things we are not going to be able to do. But I think that what we've got before us, I'm very comfortable with, and I don't think that anyone in this district should have a problem with it.
So, Ms. Flashnick, are you saying those 4 teal line items should not be considered because they weren't addressed after second reading?
2 of them were at the end of second reading.
I think she's talking about the bottom two, the transportation hub,
Transportation,
supervisor
athletic.
stipend,
Okay.
athletic trainer supplements came afterwards. And I think I'm hearing the general consensus is you kind of want to draw the line before you start adding other things that occurred after second reading. Is that correct? That's correct.
And I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, note to us as a board, I feel like we actually should have one set and gone through all of those at the last meeting, but we were focused on other things that, so that's a reminder to us that next year we need to make sure that we pay more attention to the district's recommendations for would like to do's.
I mean, I don't take it lightly that people took time to speak up, but it's also kind of like if I take my kids to the drive-through and we get back home and they say, "Oh, I thought you got me dessert." Well, I didn't get you dessert, but we're not exactly going to drive back to go get you dessert now. But next time we're there, we'll make sure we're clear. I mean, I know that sounds like I'm belittling it, but I'm not. I'm saying, what about everybody else that said, "Well, oh, I wanted dessert," or "I wanted this," or "I wanted that." So. But I think you all are saying you're somewhat comfortable with the first two, I guess, purple colored, is it? Fuchsia. Reducing the FTE pool from 10 to 4, and then reducing the support staff years of service review from 993 to, what was it? What was that number? 511,626.
Ms. Rice, I would say if you're comfortable with that, probably could go ahead and make your amended.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Ms. Roof. Yeah.
I don't know where they ended up.
What Ms. Roof has there,
Not including the transportation hub or athletic, correct?
Correct.
But we are reducing the general ed pool and the support staff amount.
staff alignment, yes.
So it's going to be column I here. That would be 24.4 mils if you didn't change the fund balance use. You do change it slightly because the value of a mill is not exactly to the calculation what you would need. So it would be 24.4 mils.
What do you mean the mill isn't exactly what we would need?
So 430, 300 for the value of a mill. If I didn't reduce this right here, you're going to have 118,000 left over, meaning your expenses were less than your revenue. but you can't reduce a mill by the amount to make it work. So I have to get a balanced budget, have to reduce the fund balance. That would be a fund balance of use of the 9,537,971 24.4 mil increase, bringing the budget to 519,562,186 for revenue and 519,562,186 for expense. Sorry, did I say 4? 4. Yes, 400. The items that changed.
All right, Mr. Rice.
It was about to get really bad in here.
Okay. Okay.
The two items that changed were the general ed FTE pool and the support staff years of service.
Support staff, okay.
Expense.
Okay.
Correct.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Price, I'd like to hear from you, if you don't mind, not to necessarily put you on the spot, but I know you've been thinking about this. I mean, 9.5 million in fund balance, or, I mean, all of them are about, and let's just call them all those options we see right there are about 9.5 million in fund balance. What do we do between now and next year, and what does that look like? Does that look like another tax increase, thinking ahead? Does that look like, I just don't have a concept of what that 9.5 million would include.
Certainly fair question. And we were having this conversation last year too, when we projected that we were going to be 11 million using fund balance. And that is using one-time money for recurring expenses. And it's never a good formula. But the board made a conscious decision to spend down the unassigned fund balance rather than go through a millage increase last year. And part of the conversation that I recall last year was knowing that we still have available fund balance to spend down, that we could kind of chip away at this over the next 2 to 3 years and still use some fund balance and balance that with a millage increase. The conversation about a millage increase has been a little inconsistent since then. And so my thoughts are between now and the time we start talking about budget items next year is that there's going to be a combination of cuts as well as potential fund millage increase. It can't just be millage increase. That's kind of the direction that I'm hearing from the majority of the board, is that our team will have to look at what are we going to cut to help bring that down so that we're not trying to compensate all of it with a millage increase going forward, as well as a fund balance. Because we will still have some unassigned fund balance dollars available to us. But it would be my recommendation not to drain that all the way down. So we've got to come up with another combination. And looking at things to cut was not something that was discussed until we started seeing what it was going to cost us this year to present this budget. And so now we've talked a little bit about it through the different iterations of the readings and the workshops, that there are some things that have been approved that are not necessarily required that we do, but as part of us as Lexington One. We've talked about, we're keeping a $2,000 cushion over the pay scale. We don't have to do that. We've talked about trying to give raises to all employees when we give raises to some. We don't have to do that. We've had additional positions that have been added based on needs that have been communicated by either department level leaders here at Central Services or by principals. That's beyond what's required, but what's been identified as a need to help ensure efficiency moving forward. But it's not required. So we'll have to take a good, long, hard look at the things that are not essential and probably look at a combination of what could be cut moving forward, as well as a millage increase if possible. Does that answer your question?
Mr. Rice. Board members, do you have anything else to add before? All right.
All right, so those numbers we have there in column
Aye.
Let me make sure I've got them before I'm in the motion. So I've got total budget $419,562. Oh, yeah, I said 1,000. At least I didn't say 5. $419,562,186 using let's see, did we have, yeah, and fund balance, we've got $9,537,971 in fund balance, okay. And on this motion, we also want to amend it to include the debt millage decrease.
24.4 mils.
Oh, and 24.4 mils.
Instead of the 26.
And then, so the debt millage decrease has not changed at all, correct? Okay. All right. Bear with me. I'd like to amend my motion to approve the 2026-2027 general fund operating budget in the amount of $419,562,186, which includes a 24.4 operating millage increase and $9,537,971 of fund balance, and also includes a debt millage decrease of 11.8 mils.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Board, any discussion?
So I'll make my comments as quick as possible. First off, I want to say to the staff and Dr. Price, thank you for all the hard work. I know it takes a lot into putting this together, working with the board. It hasn't always, we've asked some tough questions. I appreciate the work that the board has done to look at things to kind of bring up the options, reducing the debt millage. But I don't think it comes as any surprise to anyone how I'll end up voting on this budget, because there's good things in this budget. I think the $500 increase to teachers is great. The step increase for those with years of service, I think that's great. But at the end of the day, it's still a tax increase. And yes, a $500, raise may sound great, but is it really a $500 raise? Because if your taxes get raised on your cars, your boats, if your family, the other people in your family own a small business, your tax is going to increase. So it could either wipe out that $500, or it could even be more than your $500. And as the auditor said, we represent the community up here. So I think, and I look at the best interest of the community as a whole. And, some people have said that, it's irresponsible to vote no, just always going to vote no on a millage increase. I can respect their opinion, but that's not my opinion. My opinion is with the way things are, with gas prices as high as they are now, hopefully they start coming down. Every day thing is up higher, then it's going to be a strain on everyone. If we raise taxes on our businesses, we're going to raise prices on everyone else. It's going to be a trickle-down effect, because all they're going to do is pass it through. So yeah, there's good things in the budget, but at the end of the day, I don't think it sounds good, but at the end of the day, I don't know if it would be good overall for the community, and just looking at the money figures. So I will not be supporting this budget. I don't say this to sway any other member. Everybody has their own decision, but this is my decision to make.
Any other discussion before we move forward with a vote? All right, hearing none, we have a motion on the table to approve the 2026-2027 general fund operating budget in the amount of $419,562,186, which includes a 24.4 operating millage increase and $9,537,971 of fund balance, and a debt millage decrease of 11.8 mils. Mr. Anderson, if you can give a voice vote, and everyone else, can you please raise your hand if you're in favor of this motion?
Aye.
All right, please raise your hand if you oppose the motion. All right. So it's a split vote, and therefore the motion fails. So
So can we speak to what the ramifications are of the motion failing?
sir. So our motion failed. Our options are to adopt a continuing resolution based on the fiscal year 26 general fund. Someone could make a motion to reconsider and take another vote on the exact same question. Those are our two options.
So, what's a continuing resolution look like? Does that,
No raise. I mean, it's operating under last year's budget.
we use last year's budget?
This is going to be a huge morale killer. I'm just going to tell you that.
No employee gets a raise. It's
So, but it's not, but I guess that's what I want to capture. It's not, before we do anything else, or we maybe ask the question again, so this means no one gets a raise, but what about all of the other things that are in there? Nothing else gets
nothing.
funded?
Nothing.
last year's budget.
I just think I want to make sure the board understands what our action steps are from here if everything stands as it is now.
May I ask a question?
Certainly, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you do a continuing resolution, it doesn't have to carry you through the whole year. Even if a budget passes at any point during a fiscal year of a school district, the budget can be amended. So it doesn't mean in perpetuity that there can't be another option on the table so that all of our staff does get a raise. Because Madam Chair, let me just finish the thought process. If you look at the step for all employees, the certified staff $500 schedule increase, the support staff 2%, the administrative 1%, that adds up to roughly $7.5 million. You have a mandate of $2.6 million. So you're about $10.5-ish million there. You have an expectation of $8.9 million in new revenue. You could give our staff a raise.
So I guess that's where I'm coming from, is what we just went through and the exercise we just went through, that motion failed. So do we as a board want to come back in another week or 2 weeks or another month with something else, or do we want to just keep with I guess that's what I'm looking at, is what's the next steps?
I'll explain why I voted no. I was very much on the fence, but when we are going to be $3.5 million over budget and nobody can tell me why or where that money is, I don't feel comfortable raising taxes on our community when we don't know where $3.5 million is pushing us over budget. So I would welcome bringing something back to the table to get our staff an increase. If you want to do a motion tonight, if you want to do that another time, I 150,000% support our staff. I support our students. And the reason that we need to make sure the dollars make it into the classroom is so that our students can succeed. And if we don't know where $3.5 million is going, how do we know that the dollars are making it into the classroom so that our students are able to succeed? That is what, for me, solidified the way that I was leaning towards a different vote tonight.
So the discussion we had during the finance report. Well, that didn't change your decision.
No, it just solidified mine.
So I still go back to next steps.
Okay,
I mean,
so can I?
Action.
I hear you, Chris, and I think we can still make an action. I couldn't agree with what Ms. Flashnick said anymore. I 100% want to support our teachers, our support staff, our certified. Like, give them all the money. The money needs to go to the classroom. I want the teachers to have a raise. I'm not okay with leaving this table without that happening. I'm sure this whole board has had heartburn, like I've had heartburn this whole budget season over this. We cannot keep kicking this can down the road. We cannot keep just saying yes to a blank check. It's been going on for too long, and just times are changing. We have to change the way that we do business. Everybody's doing it. This is nothing new. We're not special. Every district across the U.S. is cutting back. And a lot of people are getting super creative, and we're not. We can't find any cuts to make.
You made a ton do you remember your first year on the board? We made a ton of cuts.
Yeah, but our budget has continued to grow. You say cuts. I say you take money from here and you put money here. You take that money and you put it over here. That's not cutting the budget. That's just reallocating. That's not cutting. So anyways, what I want to say is I support teachers. I want them to have a raise. I support the vice principal step. I don't know if that's on the table for everyone. I support the certified, the support staff step increase.
Which part don't you support then?
I can't in good faith not understand where all the money is going and why we're over budget, and then turn around and just spend and raise taxes. And
so
I'm just not.
Ms. Flashnick, Ms. McCown, you both gave the same reason of the $3 million. So if there was more of an explanation there and answers there.
Can y'all roll the thing back up to the very top for a second? No, you can leave that back up there. Just roll it. No, yeah, right there for a second.
And can we talk about this $3 million? I'm sorry, the sound quality on my end's not perfect, so it's cut in and out a little bit, and I may not have gotten all of that conversation. But if it's $3 million, well, let's talk about it. And if it's something that we can live without, let's cut it. Let's fix this and go home.
Madam Chair, can I make a motion? I'd like to move to approve a 26-27 annual operating budget of $409,731,912. If I can get a second, we can have discussion about how we would fund it.
Ms. Flashnick, I don't have a problem with second, but I don't think you've given us enough information there based off of what the first motion was.
I have to get it on the table, Mr. Anderson, to have the discussion.
So you don't want to include any millage increase, no fund balance use, and no decrease of the debt service millage?
Not in the initial motion, because I think.
Okay, I get it. Now, what she's doing, she's presenting a motion to pass a budget. We will decide what the terms of that motion are.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so Ms. Flashnick gave a motion, Ms. McCown gave the second. All right, open up for discussion.
We got to take well, hold on. So, okay. Before we start the discussion, so now beforehand when we were doing this, we were using mills and all of that, and we wanted to make sure the debt millage is in there. Now we're taking all of that out.
I didn't put it in the initial motion with the expectation that after we get this motion on the table, since we had a motion that failed, we really can't talk about it. We would have to move on. So I put this motion on the table to open up discussion with the concept like you did with the initial motion. We can certainly amend it to discuss and add the funding necessary to make that right or to adjust that number.
Okay.
So may I?
It's been moved and seconded.
May I just now add the discussion?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so if you look at this column H, row 11, 399.5 million and change. If we can scroll over to the right a little bit so we can read everything on the left. Okay, so that's the available projected new funding for fiscal year 26-27.
524, 895. Okay.
Correct. I took that number, I added the 2.6, I'm going to use actual numbers really quick. $2,658,103 in mandates.
Where are you seeing that on there?
Well, go down, it was down there. It's not added up on this slide, but it's those blue,
In the
that
blue.
blue color, not teal.
Oh, the sums in the bottom. Okay. Okay.
And then I added, and these are in different places on your side, Mrs. Ruth. Steps for all employees, $4,096,378. Certified staff schedule increase, $500, $1,813,101. Did I say that wrong? Okay. Support staff 2%, $1,297,163. Admin 1%, $342,272. That adds up, those 4 items: step for all employees, certified staff, schedule increase, $500, support staff 2%, admin 1%. Those 4 line items add up to $7,548,914. That number plus the mandate plus the $399 at the top, was that the original number? The $399 million. Adds up to the 409. That's my point being, that is a way you could make sure everybody gets an increase.
Can you scroll back up to the top? And so that includes no fund balance or millage increase?
The initial motion does not include any funding mechanism. I put the motion on the table to be able to open conversation for discussion, because you technically would have had to have moved along.
So can we get this spreadsheet highlighted with everything that is included with what we're talking about? Because it's just not clear to me what's included and what we've taken
She's
out.
included all the white stuff.
Included all the white stuff, all the blue stuff. And what about the green?
And then some.
What? Mm-hmm. Okay. Got it.
In this initial thing.
If you
it
look
doesn't
at
include-
column I, Libby, those top 3 there.
Yes.
Can you scroll up to the very top? Because your 399, so your 399,524,895 is what you're saying is then you're also including all those other deductions. Right. Without being able to look at it super clearly on those rows, yes, for purposes of discussion. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we got something on the table. I have a few questions about it. So can we, no, go back down. And can we get to where there's just the green and then the pink underneath that are, yep, they are perfect. Okay, so do we have an actual dollar amount for the light purple though before we move forward? Was that the 409 that you had? Okay, 409. Okay, great. Now, obviously the teal stuff would like to do, but like the green stuff, I mean, annual leave payout, substitute increase in costs, those are things that we have to have substitute teachers. And so
This is a way to give, because one of your big statements a few moments ago was nobody in our district can get a raise. So this is a way to make sure that everybody in the district gets their raise. And then you bring an amended budget back with a detailed explanation of where the $3.5 million is, and we go from there, is my thought process.
This what I think what Flashek's trying to do is get something passed tonight so that the staff can get their raises for the upcoming year, and then we come back in a month with a better explanation, and then it'd be a vote on an amended budget.
And so right now, $409 million, we would not, y'all let me know if I'm getting ahead of you, but we would not change anything with millage. We would not roll back our debt millage. We wouldn't do anything. 409, we can just keep going and we don't have to do anything.
come up with about 10 million because
You were going to use $9.5 million of fund balance from the previous budget.
So 409 million, and you're going to use about 9 million and some change of fund balance to meet that 409 million. But your millage won't change, debt millage or operating millage won't change.
Well, in this, I didn't put any funding on the table to open the discussion. My thought process was the biggest concern from everybody is to make sure people get paid. And then if we can work out some of these challenges, you can amend the budget. You can amend the budget at the next meeting. You can amend the budget at any time.
right. So like earlier when you made the suggestion, which I agreed with, to lump in the debt millage decrease in the motion because it could maybe not pass later. Like, is it responsible for us as board members to include a budget that doesn't even include things like substitute increase in costs and law enforcement costs? Like we have to have these people. And so we're going to pass a
Then
budget.
you can do a continuing resolution, but you won't have any increases for people. It was just an idea off the fly to get you increases for your staff. You can do a continuing resolution and bring it back and still amend the budget. If you don't want to, do you want to say, can I just ask, please, for a point of order? Like, it's really hard to talk with a lot of chatter. I mean, I was just opening it back up for discussion to alleviate some of your concerns. But if you'd like to move on from it, we certainly can.
I mean, I think it's great to have an option so that people get their raises, but I equally think it's irresponsible to literally approve a budget that doesn't include important things for our district.
May I make a?
Yes, Mr.
It's not
Cooper.
a time. It's not out of turn. 'Cause one thing that was mentioned was the 3.5 million, and I don't see that number any. I didn't see that number in any particular place, but I was just going back by memory to when I think it was the May meeting, I believe, and we talked about kind of what our big budget busters were this past year, and it was substitutes, it was utility costs, and it was the service contracts, which, I know we said service contracts, repairs, and we kind of use those terms interchangeably because those service contracts provide the repairs, like with the HVAC. We rebid that out, $1 million increase. The utility cost increase has occurred over time, but not something that was truly realized because we always staffed at that higher percentage. So it kind of absorbed that, and then the substitute rate was what the substitute rate was. I think those were the kind of the things that showed that where we went over on the budget. And that was just the way I was remembering it. So I think that was where that number came from. And I think it was the May board meeting when, about May 8th, we had a slide that was about that, and that we corrected that in those, and I'm just pointing to them because those are those fixed costs that aren't being accounted for, but that we corrected that in what we recommended for the 26-27 budget. Since we're staffing more accurately, we tried to make those numbers more accurate instead of having that little bit of buffer, that cushion that kind of would absorb where we, overexpent before, but you had that number to, that staffing number was higher, so it kind of caught it. So I think that was where, I think we were saying we didn't know about that 3.5. I think that's the 3.5 that we were previously discussing. So just wanted to put that out there in case it helped move the conversation forward.
Mr. Cooper, didn't we just witness an increase in our HVAC contract?
Yes, sir. That was a contract we talked about earlier in the budget season that was rebid after the 25-26 budget was established, and it's a little over $1 million more because I think it was a 7-year contract previously, so we had a favorable rate because it was a bid out years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may add, in addition to what Mr. Cooper is saying, you may recall in some of our earlier conversations that because we've gone from a 100% funding model, a staffing model, to a 96%, the extra 4% allowed us to absorb some of those unexpected increases in cost throughout the year. And now that we have a 96% staffing formula, we have to be more accurate in those fixed cost prices because we don't have the cushion to absorb those any longer. And that's where I've said through some of our previous iterations that this is the area where we've got to get more accurate because we haven't had to in years past. But now that we're staffing at 96%, those are the areas that are being changed the most. And you may recall that the fixed cost was probably one of our largest categories, and it's because of that. So I know that's not a detailed list of the 3.6 that was referenced earlier, but it's to go along and accompany what Mr. Cooper was saying.
Dr. Gaskins?
I have one particular concern related to compliance here, the special ed contract services and also the special education pool, but especially those contract services. If we're not able to move forward with those, we've had to use those to staff some classrooms for next school year already where we've not been able to find or hire for those positions. And so if we're not able to secure those services, we will have classrooms without a teacher at the beginning of the year.
Thank you. Can you specifically say the numbers beside those? Is that like 31, the special education FTE pool?
That is the special education contract services for $420,000, line 52. And the pool is line 56. And that would be, we continue to have IEP meetings over the summer. If, say, a 1-to-1 was added for a student, we would have nowhere to pull that staffing from without that pool.
So that's 900,000. And
If you look at the total in that column I, that would bring the total to 411, 319, 175. So up from the 409. If
Can you
those
say
two
that
items
number,
were added.
Can you say that number in totality one more time?
Sure. It's 411, 319, 175. It's the total in column I, row 65.
And how much would it take to balance that budget?
That would be 11,794,280.
Can you scroll back to the green section? So what's the proposal then to handle these things?
What would happen in a continuing resolution with those things?
Wouldn't we pull from fund balance to cover any shortfalls?
They wouldn't be funded until a budget was passed. An approved budget was passed. Everything would continue with the same funding levels until a new budget was adopted.
Dr. Price, can we hire new teachers?
Only against positions that were currently filled and vacant. It wouldn't include any of the new positions. It would include the mandated positions for special ed that fall into the state and federal mandates. And you may recall that we were reducing the number of teachers this year over for next year over this current year. So
right.
Those positions are able to be filled, but any additional ones beyond that, for example, the ones that Dr. Gaskins was just mentioning, for some positions we're having to use contracted services. While the FTE is there, the contracted service is the additional cost, and we wouldn't have the funds to approve those. Did I capture that correctly, Dr. Gaskins?
The teachers we have already given contracts to that have an effective start date of July 1, they would be okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, I mean, going back, I'm just thinking about certain things like in the green, like the annual leave payout. I'm sure that's an estimate, but that's something that we're required to pay employees, correct? Okay.
Correct, by board policy.
Okay. I mean, I know, and I appreciate Ms. Flashnick getting the conversation started for us to say, hey, how could we give a step increase? But I guess I'm wondering with some of the things in green are there things there that we can live without, or are there certain things that our hand is forced and we're gonna have to go get money from somewhere to fund those? That's what maybe I should be more familiar with that, but I just.
Yes, sir. All of those items are fixed costs where the cost of doing business is going up. For example, utility cost, line number 42.
Mm-hmm.
That's based off of what we budgeted for this year versus what we're actually having to pay for this year and projecting a budget for next year. So those utility bills are coming and we have to pay them.
So I think Ms. Flashnick has started the conversation with here's how everybody could get a step increase. And I go back to my original question as to I don't know if we can stop there, but what else is like vital that we need to leave tonight and either add or I'm just wondering, can you adopt what we've got tonight in the purple and then that's it? Because I feel like you're going to have to end up pulling the checkbook out for some other things in green at some point. So
that couldn't be it. That would get us through tonight, but we've got these other expenses that are coming that we've got to determine how they're going to be paid for. So if that's not going to be determined tonight, it's got to be determined at some point. So this can't be it and then we're done.
Right. And what's our deadline? We have to have this by June 30. Is that it, or?
Well, for employee salaries and everything to kick in, for any available step increase, salary increase, that all needs to be solidified before June 30th. Everything else, especially the items in green, those are going to be rolling in.
Okay.
Some of the items that were in pink, we're having conversations already right now about schools that are identified as having more students getting registered than were projected. Without a pool, we can't give out more teaching positions. So we're still mid-June, but we track this all through the summer.
So this basically covers us for tonight. This helps you with your contracts for next year, but there's additional work that has to be done to figure out how you're going to do the other funding mechanisms for other items that you do include.
Two options really then are a continuing resolution, the motion on the table, or an amendment to the motion on the table, as I understand it.
So the motion was 409. We've got it at 4. Wait, where'd that go? Well, it said 411 just a second ago.
Should be 411, 319, 175 now.
You'd have,
That's based on what you
when there is an amendment, it would have to be amended. The initial motion was 409.
731, 912.
So we could amend it to that, but what else, is there anything else that needs to be included as far as tonight, or? I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Mr. Roof, I'm so sorry. Can you please scroll back down past the purple stuff? Because the purple stuff, obviously, everyone. Going, please. A little bit more. Okay.
If you want to amend it to 411, whatever, I think those bright green cells are the things that would need to be in purple, I believe. Dr. Gaskins, is that accurate?
For the contract services, so when we have a special ed vacancy that we have not been able to fill, we are actively seeking contract services so that we can ensure we have a teacher the first day of school in those classrooms. And we have been able to, in the last couple of weeks, find some really good contractors. But if we can't sign those contracts, that means that those special education classrooms will begin the year without a teacher, because we have tried to hire a teacher and couldn't. So we're going to have to rely on those contract services.
I would imagine several of our principals have already employed contract services.
We could take a show of hands if you've got a contractor.
You've already employed one.
That's how many vacancies we'd have at the beginning of the year.
Please.
It doesn't get specifics on the overage for y'all, but one observation that I think Ms. McHale made last time that we haven't really delved into, but I do think is important in the budget process to really go back and think about, is the conversation that started maybe 2 budget seasons ago. Ms. McCann, Ms. Rice, Ms. Henson, Mr. Anderson will remember, which was the board made some pretty specific requests about wanting to stop the practice of saying that you're going to budget using fund balance, but then what actually happened at the end, if y'all remember, was we didn't even touch the fund balance that we said we were going to use in the budget. We gave to the fund balance, and sometimes some rather large amounts, multi-million-dollar amounts, correct? Okay, so in the research that we have done, started with Dr. Postaway, you know, I think went back and looked, it was like maybe 4 years that I have seen that happened. When we got to, did that year of modified zero-based budgeting, that was really to try to figure out how and what was the factors to causing that to happen. And that's when the tightening of the budget really started, I think, to show. And we got closer in our projections. We had a year where we still said we were going to use it, and we did end up contributing. But this past year that we completed, not 25, 26, but 24, 25, we still didn't dip into fund balance, but the contribution to fund balance went from several $1,000,000 to $90,000. And that was budgeting at 100%. So then this year, we budgeted it at 100% at your payroll rate, right? So then this year, 25, 26, to tighten it up even more, we use a 96% fill rate. And so what we're projecting to happen now is that we are going to use the $11 million in fund balance for the first time that it has been on the budget for multiple years. And in just my uneducated, not very financial mind, is we tightened it so tight that some of our budgeting estimates were under, and now we are over by $3.5 million. But in the past, where our budgeting was not as accurate, it wasn't visible because we were contributing to the fund balance, if that makes sense. So following the direction of the board over the past several years, we have been moving in the right direction. And as Ms. McCown said, I think it was at the last one, this is the first year that we are going to see we're actually putting that into practice. So we are getting there, and this first year we got too tight maybe, and that's why we had to increase some of our projected mandated costs. So again, I know it doesn't give you the exact explanation of why are we over, but I think that kind of gives you the explanation of how we maybe underestimated some cost and tightened up our budget to the point where we missed some of the figures on that.
Thank you, Libby. What did we end up at this year, fill rate? I mean, do you have like a final number?
I'm sorry, that was the variance, the payroll allowance. I'm sorry. I screwed up. I'm sorry. That was my fault. That 100%, taking the payroll calculation and saying you're going to spend 100% of your payroll, right? That's what we did the year before when we ended up contributing only $90,000. This year, we calculated what 100% of that would be, and we said we're only going to spend 96% of that amount. And we are coming in at about $10,000, Lindsay, that is when we had the workshop on May 8th. We're spending about $10,000 or so within that estimate of the 96%. So it's more than just how many employees we actually hired. It factors in all the things. So it's the payroll allowance.
But I'll bring up special ed contractors again. One reason we're going over is because last year we included special education teachers in that 96%. This year we're recommending to take those out because we knew where we couldn't fill a vacancy, the contract costs were more. So we're trying to remedy that in our approach this year. The asking for the 420 is assuming that we would have the salary for the vacancy and would offset that. So it's not the full cost of the contractor.
when one of the discussions we had about determining the payroll allowance, leaving it at 96%, or since we see that we are coming in over budget in some areas, do we need to maybe go to 97% or 98% to give ourselves, that flexibility? But instead, what we really kind of realized to ourselves was these special education positions should be funded at 100%, because even if we don't hire somebody, we are filling them because we have to hire a contract. So they should always stay at 100%. So they were backed out before we calculate the 96% of the payroll. And we increased the contract for it. So between those two, we think that we now have our budget more accurate for that line item. And then we increase utilities because power costs were going up. And so that, if we look at those amounts, utility costs, payroll, special ed contracts, those are like probably around, I can't see, I know one's like 2 million. I lost my glasses on my trip, and so I cannot see far off right now. I think I threw them over the mountain. But I think if you look at some of those costs where we have increased here, it may come close to the 3.5 million that we're over. And then again, that speaks to keeping the supplies and capital and purchase services in that, and not using the money from other areas to cover.
Ms. Roof, Ms. McCown, Ms. Flashnick, does any of the explanation from Mr. Cooper or Ms. Roof help the way you feel about that $3 million? Possibly
The
reconsider.
3 million or what?
3.5 million.
From earlier. And I just would like to see it on paper, because when we talked about it earlier, when I asked the question, what's included in the 3.5 million, I was told there were repair costs, and then the conversation evolved into, well, could we use bond funds for that instead of using fund balance? And I was told that we didn't have a full tonight list of everything that was in that number, and that's what concerns me. So I'd like to see what is in the 3.5 million in total. I understand some of it, but not all of it. And why do we have to pay all of that out of fund balance? Why can't we use bond referendum funds for some of it?
So, like, when are the Microsoft Office licenses bill due? And we're going to pass a budget without putting things in it that we have to have. That's irresponsible. I just don't. Property insurance premium? Can you imagine telling our community, yes, the Board of Lexington 1 passed a budget that didn't include utility costs, annual leave payout that is governed by our own board policy?
I mean, I think we've got a motion on the table for 409 million. We've now discovered with some changes we're at 411, 319, 175. So I guess the question is, are there other things while we're here, while it's open, while we got the motion, are there other things that we need to say that also needs to be in there? Because we hadn't even got to a funding mechanism yet. Or do we? I mean, what I'm saying is that takes care of your steps, that takes care of the special education concern we got, but I'm just asking, do you freeze it right there, knowing that you got to come back pretty soon and do some other stuff to cover other things?
I mean, are we talking soon as in we call a special meeting for next week soon? Or?
I mean, to me, I feel like we got board members here that have brought up some concerns. They have to get some answers. It sounds like maybe we don't have those answers tonight, but there's more work to do. I mean, you're not going to be able to walk away even with 411 and then just say that's it. You're still going to have some funding mechanism at some point, whether that's next week or wherever. I don't know, but I mean, I'm up to the challenge. If what we've got to do is we've got to put in some more work, then we need to put in some more work. I need to understand before we go and amend this, before we amend this motion, we need to know what we're amending it to. I mean, I think you got to leave here tonight with something.
I mean, well, where do you stand, Mr. Rice?
I mean, to me, it is easy for me tonight we could leave tonight and say, hey, we're 411, 319, 175, and we're done. But in the back of my mind, I know there's other bills that's still coming. So I guess I'm thinking, does this mean to me, I'm almost thinking action steps. Does this mean in July, or this means in August, or whenever? Do we need to call a special board meeting for us to come back and say, hey, we just got an electric bill for, $700,000, and now we don't have the budget to pay for it. What do we want to do now as a board? I mean, I'm up to the challenge, whatever that is, but I guess I'm just trying to figure, we feel like we're at a stalling point. We're at a stall point right now. I'm trying to figure out how do we get past that stall point? It seems like we're I feel like we're spinning wheels right now. So is it 411 is the number and we need to get back together next week, or is it something else? I mean, y'all help me.
I can withdraw the motion and you can do a continuing resolution if that's your concern about passing a budget without things that you feel like need to be in it. If you feel like that's not the best solution, the recommendation from me was simply to show that we can give people an increase tonight if we want, with the understanding, and I can amend the motion to say this, that we would get a revised or an amended budget rather, and I can put a timeline on it. I mean, Ms. Henson, I'm up here working with y'all on what do we do to move forward. The motion, we don't have a budget. You said we had a couple options on the table. I recognize that motion doesn't cover everything that we all may have to do or want to do. I said the expectation was you would revise the budget. Your other option is a continuing resolution, which gets you none of that. And you still have to answer that problem of how do you pay those things? Because with a continuing resolution, those aren't included either.
Tough. We have 5 board members really just making a decision on how to use certain different funds and whatnot. And I think it's irresponsible to literally pass a budget that doesn't include important things. If we pass the budget for all those steps and stuff, right? And we come back and we amend the budget, we wouldn't take away those things, right? We wouldn't take away those things, right? So do you T-Mobile costs? I just don't understand why we aren't including the things that we know we're going to include next month, unless you're saying you won't include those things. So why don't we include the green things in your proposal?
Because you had a motion with those things in it and that motion didn't pass. So if you want to amend the motion, let me know what you'd like to amend it to, or you can amend it.
If you scroll down, I wish I could control.
I mean, the distance between the resolution, the motion that failed and what we have now is basically a $10 million difference.
7.
Well, remember, it's
Because 411 and it was 419.
Well, the one on the table is for 409 right now.
Okay.
So that's where it's coming from.
There we go.
So we were 419, that failed. Now we're at 409. So there's a $10 million gap.
May I ask a clarifying question? When would be the proposed next time we come together to review a breakdown of the 3.5 million in question and the additional items that need to be resolved for how we will fund those?
How quickly can you have a breakdown of the 3.5 million?
We have the breakdown already. It was shared on the May 8th presentation. So we have that information that's been provided, and I've reached out to the county auditor and making sure from a legal standpoint that we can increase millage after June 30th to make sure we're not stuck in a situation where we can't afford the things that are just going to go up, such as electric, if we elected to do the salary. So my recommendation would be to try to meet next week to make sure, but if I find out tomorrow that they don't have to have it by June 30th for the increase.
Ms. Miller, if we have the 3.5 million, can we put it up on the screen?
In the third reading presentation, it's slide 55, which is a copy of the May 8th presentation. Yes, ma'am. That was the cost increase, and then that netted against the additional revenue.
What line items?
So if you're looking at the additional projected expenditures, fiscal year 25 through 26, contract services for the special education contracts, we're going to be 2.4 million than budgeted. The substitutes, approximately 1.6 million more. Repairs and maintenance, which also includes those contract services for elevators and HVAC systems for when items break, they have to be repaired. That's 1.3 million. And then the utilities, about 1.8 million. And if you'll recall, we had a couple of items that departments were able to halt spending on. That's the 295,000, and then we were going to be able to reclass some expenses that qualified to bond funds that would offset those expenditures going over to a net of 6.3 million, and then that offset by the anticipated 3 million more of state revenue was how we came up with the 3.4.
Oh, I see.
Number.
The 6. Okay, I was like,
Right.
that is
It's a
not
net.
3.6.
It's a
I was
net.
like, that's 6.3, not 3.6.
Okay.
So you're taking that and then taking out the increased revenue from the state to get the 3.6. Understood. Okay.
So what you're saying is if we didn't have the additional revenue from the state, we would have had to go into 6.3 million in fund balance?
But then keep in mind that there are still some really big pending items, that $2 million for the leave payout. There's encumbrances of about over $6 million that if they're not going to be spent before year end, those would not be expenses that are incurred. And also there is a little over 2 million remaining in balances, which again, without knowing and talking to every department and school, that's another 2 million. So there's 10 million that is still a big projection in these numbers as well.
On this slide, Dr. Price, it says will require board approval to transfer out of general fund to bond funds before 6/30/26. Has that changed since the May meeting? Because we don't have, is this on tonight's agenda?
We probably could get it as a approved item in July, effective for June, if we needed And again,
Right, so that's my question, so we don't need to do that now?
I think at this point, we can't add to the agenda.
No, I
So-
know we can't add
Right.
to tonight's agenda.
Right.
It's just in May, we were told we would have to approve that transfer by June 30th.
And if we can do that vote in July and make it effective for June 30th.
Okay, so we'll put that on the July agenda then. Vashnik, does this from the May meeting help with some reservations you had?
I mean, the numbers are just, I mean, they're just jumping up. Like the sub number went up 300,000 from last month. So 1.6 went to 1.9. Utilities went from 1.7 to 2.2.
Looking at the,
It's right here in the green. All the green that you're worried about, making sure we cover, those numbers are in here.
These
So-
are the fiscal year 26 expenditures. What are the ones I think you might be looking at the
She's looking at the
27
budget
budgeted
proposal
numbers.
for the upcoming
Right.
year.
So they're going to be different because of what we have in the budget.
So like, for example, the utilities, 1.7 to 2.2, you need the 1.7 just to true it up, and then there's the anticipated rate increase from Dominion, so that's why it's 2.2.
Okay, I understand. So it would be helpful, I think, to see like the difference. You know what I mean? Like, this is what it's increasing to, because, anyway.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does seeing that help you? Because you said that was the reason you didn't feel comfortable voting for the last budget, the original one of the night.
I do think that, that we need to pass something tonight to get us, so our teachers and our staff is taken care of. That's priority number one. And then we probably need to go ahead
Your
and,
mic on.
yeah, I think so. Just go ahead and set a date to come back together next week. And in between then and now, get any and all questions answered that we can, that we're still having heartburn over.
Right.
I mean,
know the question
because
you had was the
otherwise
three-
we're looking at 6.9, almost another 7 million in the green that we would need to add tonight.
But those things have been in the green for months and months now.
Right.
But no one had any reservation about anything that was in the green for months and months. So I don't know why that's being taken out
It's
of the budget.
just, at the 9th hour, we get an email with ideas on how we can shave here and add here and add here. And I'm just wondering why wasn't that brought to us?
Because that
you
was
know?
Dr. Price's response to board calls from last week.
I will be happy to answer that.
I was in Cleveland, so I didn't
That's
get
right.
a board call.
That's right. There were 2 items that were added towards the end of the May
hear
board
you.
meeting for consideration.
Okay.
Those 2 items, nothing from the would like to do list had been included up until that point. Since that board meeting and through board calls, there have been questions about those specific things. One of those things was the credit for years of service for our support staff who were brought in under a cap. We were still working on that, but didn't think that was going to make the list until it was mentioned at the end of the board meeting. So since that time, Human Resources finished that up, separated them into 2, and that's why that number dropped. And as soon as that number was made available to us, I made it available to our board. In addition to that we closed out the school year since the last board meeting and realized that we had leftover positions in the gen ed pool that we wouldn't need a full 10 to replenish. So those are the only two items that have changed as regards to a savings. And all of that has happened since the last board meeting. So what was advertised in the public advertisement included everything that had been presented up to that point, but those potential savings have been identified since then. So rather than leaving them in there, I wanted to make sure that we provided to the board the ability to save about $1 million. In addition to that, I had received inquiries about two other items. And so to make sure the board had all of that information, we did the research on what the value would be, how many dollars it would be, and how much of a millage increase, depending on how the board would want to pay for those things if they decided to include them in the budget. So this was not any attempt to withhold information.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I didn't even have a chance to review that information until I'm in this board meeting, because, it's just a lot. You go into a meeting and you got 5 emails that I haven't had a chance to review it.
Right, but
so I would like to have that opportunity.
That savings was the only thing that has changed since second reading.
I think you need to take what we got on the table. Let's figure out where we can, what funding mechanism that we want to use for this 411, and then let's set a date on when we can come back together next week and figure out the rest. Because I think we need to move on. That's my opinion.
Okay, so we have the breakdown of the 3.6 million. Ms. Roof, could you please put the budget back up there? All right, so if we add in the two things Dr. Gaskin said, it gets us up to 411. I would recommend including all of the green things, but that's just one person's opinion. So, can you scroll down to the green, please? But we got to pay the electricity bill and water, and that's utility costs and phones, and we have computers with Microsoft Office licenses. So, all right, well, we have a motion on the table for 409. Is anyone going to amend this, or I can call for a vote? All right.
So if we're going to amend, you're about to amend it. Well,
I thought you were, so I backed down.
it's your motion, so I can't go amend your motion. But what I was just saying is, I think what I'm hearing is you go to the 411, 319, 175, but you're also potentially for a funding mechanism going to say we're going to use 11,794,280 of fund balance to meet that. Sounds to me like what we want to do is move forward tonight and make sure there's no millage increase whatsoever associated with the motion. Is that fair or is that not fair?
Well, my motion didn't have a funding mechanism in it. Right. So even if you called for the vote, we'd still need a second motion for funding.
Is someone going to amend the motion, or are we?
So I will amend the motion to adjust the number to $411,319,175, with using $11,794,280 of fund balance, with the understanding that we will receive additional information and amend this budget by June 30th.
Second.
All right, we have a motion made by Ms. Flashnick, a second by Nick Pizzuti. Any discussion? I'll just say I think it's irresponsible to pass a budget without the line items that are in green. We're literally passing a budget that doesn't include things that our own board policy says needs to be in a budget.
Ms. Henson, it's already in the existing budget, though.
Yeah, can you please scroll to the green again?
I understand the green, but you have a budget line item for paying of the electricity bill. You have a line item in your budget. In our 500 pages we have of the detailed budget, there are line items in this existing budget that we're operating with today for most of those line items. You're just not giving an increase to the 25-26 budget in those line items right now tonight. You are not approving a budget without those line items. They're just not that number.
But you need that number for next year.
Ms. Henson, I don't think anybody here is saying I mean, the motion clearly states that we are going to meet again and look at all this by June 30th. I think what is happening is you have a board that's willing to work to get something done tonight to make sure our teachers get everything, get their raises that they deserve and everything else. And it's kind of
Well, not everything else.
not everything else, but they're getting a raise. I mean, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
teachers are. Yes.
So if you're against the plan we got going on now, then they're not getting a raise. So you can't have it both ways. So we're going to meet again before June 30th and hash all this out, but we're trying to get this done tonight because that's the only way you're going to have the votes to get out what you need to get out. With that, I move to
Your proposal to move, so we're going to meet again before June 30th. You won't vote for anything that increases millage.
You're right, I won't, but you have two
So-
other people on this board that may change their vote.
Off the backs of others. All right, here we go. So I'm going to call for a vote. All those in
Hold
favor.
on. If you're going to make personal comments, then let's make sure that we keep decorum as you like to speak up here, because you are the chairman that is supposed to hold this. You should have more decorum than anybody up here. I am still talking. I am still talking right now. I still have the floor. So you can be mad all you want to of how this stuff happens, but we're all trying to work together to get something passed tonight that we can work on for the next week or two.
And it would have been lovely if we could have had this discussion ahead of time instead of right now. No one has
I would have
ever-
loved to have the discussion, Kathy, but you have not called me one single time over this
Oh
budget.
my
Not one
goodness,
time.
Okay. All those in favor of Ms. Flashnick's proposal, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson? Mr. Anderson? Oh, no.
I'm sorry, aye.
Okay. Any opposed? All right, I am opposed to this. I think it's irresponsible. The motion carries. We will move forward with our agenda. Do I hear a motion to release the $3 million fund balance previously assigned for pre-K expansion and to reclassify that amount to unassigned fund balance effective June 17th, 2026?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I had the old
Madam
one.
Chair,
Thank you.
I make a motion to release the $3 million fund balance previously assigned for pre-K expansion and to reclassify that amount to unassigned fund balance effective June 17th, 2026.
Thank you, Ms. Flashnick. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve projects previously approved by the board under the General Obligation Bond Series 2025B and 2024B as outlined by administration to the General Obligation Bonds Series 2023B, 2018 referendum bond?
Okay. Madam Chair, I make a motion to move projects previously approved by the board under the General Obligation Bond Series 25B and 24B as outlined by administration to the General Obligation Bonds Series 23B 2018 referendum bond.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Any discussion?
Ms. Henson, is somebody gonna discuss this from administration?
Clark Cooper, do you have this one? Or Ms. Miller?
Yes, this is something that is done as we approach the end of the 3-year period after a issuance has been done. So our 2018, our last referendum issuance was in 2023. So that means in September, we're coming up on that 3-year completion time, and so the approach to do this is first in, first out, so you want to spend your oldest money first, and so we're just taking projects that are already approved in more recent bonds and going to just put that towards those to use up those funds, and then anything that was remaining in the 18 referendum would then just have a line item in that other series budget list.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Board, do you have any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to adopt a resolution regarding the community eligibility provision?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt a resolution that states Lexington County School District Board of Trustees has decided that not to participate in the community eligibility program due to the financial burden it would impose on the district and taxpayers.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Ms. Miller?
Yes, ma'am. This is a regulation that we're required to review each year, and the board has to determine how to move forward with that. We've completed a comprehensive analysis of this. While it would be free to all students, there is a cost to the program. It is calculated to be approximately $2.7 million. That's $2,686,085 for one fiscal year. We certainly recognize the importance of providing nutritious meals to our students. This does not mean that they still cannot apply for free and reduced meals. If they qualify, absolutely, they will receive that. This is just the portion that somebody that would not truly qualify, the district would have to make those payments for those meals. So this is our recommendation. And this would also not affect our Pillion schools. They are currently our 4 CEP schools. Nothing would change with that as well.
Great, thank you. Board, do you have any discussion regarding this?
I'll just say, in light of the budget discussion we just had, I mean, I can understand that's an additional line item you'd have to figure out how to pay for, so.
All right, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to renew the updated Lexington One Education Foundation Memorandum of Understanding?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the 2026 Memorandum of Understanding with the Lexington One Educational Foundation.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All right, Ms. Roof, will you introduce?
Yes, thank you. We were the foundation, and Winston, our chair of the foundation board, have been sitting here patiently through this meeting. So I do want to give them just a few minutes to give us the highlights from 25-26. This is Pam's first presentation in front of the board. She joined us in March. And I want to give a big shout out to Bridget and the rest of the executive committee. Our previous executive director resigned in December, right when the time when I had to go out for surgery, and the executive committee stepped up big time and really filled in as strong leaders, and then helped find a great new executive director. So I'm going to turn it over to them, and then I'll answer any questions you have about the memorandum. It's a pretty straightforward update.
Good evening, and thank you. In my first 3 months as executive director, I'll just keep talking. My priorities.
There we go.
Oh, let's go back one. I've really been focusing on building relationships, meeting one-on-one with members of the board of directors so I can get to know them and work with them, meeting with district employees so I can understand what our district is and what we are doing currently, what we need to do, and what we need in order to be able to. Also, of course, meeting with our donors and participating in Lexington Chamber events to ensure that we are visible in the community. I've been working on modernizing and streamlining the foundation's operations. We are in the process of implementing a donor database that will significantly enhance our digital fundraising efforts as well as donor communications. We're also in the process of moving all of our grant and scholarship applications online. We hope that'll make them more accessible to our applicants, and it will also make our processing on the back end much more efficient. And everything that I'm doing, I'm trying to use data to inform these decisions, and particularly in regards to the Lexington One Emergency Assistance Program, also known as LEAP. That is an area that has arisen in my conversations with my colleagues and with board members as something that needed to be improved. So we did a survey of employees. We got about 1,040 responses. That's about 25% of our district-wide employees. We asked them for their overall opinion about the program, as well as their thoughts on different specific aspects of it. And we gave them an opportunity to provide some open-ended feedback suggestions. So the good news is, we have a pretty good overall opinion of LEAP, 3.8 average on a scale of 1 to 5. That means we've got opportunity for growth. Some of the highlights from the survey: employees understand LEAP's purpose. They believe that their donation to LEAP is making a difference, and they believe that LEAP is helping people. But some of the areas for growth that the survey pointed out to us: a lot of our employees don't know how to apply for assistance or how to help one of their students and their families apply for assistance. They don't feel that they receive sufficient communication about the program, and they don't understand how decisions are made. So with that in mind, we're making some pretty significant enhancements for next year. We're going to clarify communications. We're going to make sure people understand how you apply, how decisions are made, what the entire process looks like. We're going to simplify and digitize our assistance application. So again, making it online to make it more accessible and also easy, more efficient for us to process. We're going to broaden support by increasing the maximum payments and making sure that more types of emergencies are covered. We're going to communicate more frequently and more effectively with our employees so that they understand, number one, how to get assistance if they need it or if their students need it, and number two, how their donations are making a difference, because LEAP is 100% funded by donations from employees. We're going to engage more intentionally with the employees who volunteer as LEAP representatives and review committee members, and we're going to make it easier for people to give to LEAP by giving them more ways to donate. And I'm going to turn it over to Bridget now.
I will be very quick. I feel like we've all heard enough numbers tonight. So I just wanted to highlight the programs that we do offer. I know this is by way of reminder for a lot of you. I know a lot of you have heard this. But we just wanted to point out that in this past year, as of June 5th, we've provided $250,469 to students and employees. And the breakdown is there between the 112 that went directly to classrooms and students, and the funding mechanism for each of those, whether it was LEAP Emergency, LEAP Education, or community donors. And then 137,905 were paid to other organizations or individuals. Again, the LEAP Emergency pays for things like bed bug treatments, health services, higher education support grants, international teacher grants, and LEAP Emergencies. And then some of our community partnerships provide the Caring Heart Fund, our scholarships for graduating seniors, and we partner with the Lexington soccer team to administer the Cats Kick Cancer program. Happy to provide any more details on any of those if you'd like, or happy to take questions as you consider our MOU agreement.
Board members, do you have questions or comments at this time?
I don't have questions, but want to thank you all for hanging around this long to present. And I know you all do a lot of good work, so I don't want it to fall on deaf ears, the good work that you all do, just because we rush through it. But you all are
understandable. Thank you.
Yes, thank y'all for hanging in with us, and thank you for what you do.
Absolutely. I echo what he said. Thank you again so much for being here. And all of those things are just such great things. And just during my time on the foundation, I remember all the amount of thought and effort y'all put into all of this. So thank you for that. All right, board, we have a motion on the table to renew the updated Lexington One Education Foundation Memo of Understanding. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to appoint a procurement review panel for the 26-27 fiscal year?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to appoint a procurement review panel for the 26-27 fiscal year.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Let's see, discussion for that. Ms. Miller?
Yes, ma'am. This is something that's required through our procurement code. For the past several years, the board has elected to have a panel. So this evening, we're asking that the board let us know what is decided this year, if you would like to have the panel, or if the board by default would be the panel. If we do have the panel, we have appointments that will need to be made, and the board this evening would have to determine who would be the chair over the panel.
Right, so in our packets, we have a procurement review panel roster that includes appointees by the superintendent, by Mr. Pizzuti, by me, and by our CFO. And so this motion to appoint a procurement review panel would be for that panel. Board members, do you have any questions or comments about the panel or the role?
Do we know who our representative is going to be?
Yeah, so we'll do that with our next.
Well, I mean, if we were approving a panel, it might make sense to put it all in one.
Okay, so currently, Mr. Pizzuti is serving as our panel chair. Now he's our vice chair and has an appointee on the board. And so I would recommend Mr. Rice serve as our chair of the procurement review panel if he is willing.
I will accept.
I'll amend my motion then. Madam Chair, I make a motion to appoint a procurement review panel for the 26-27 fiscal year with the names listed and appoint board member Chris Rice to serve as the chair of the procurement review panel.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do you have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Is there any further discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve local board-approved courses as presented by administration?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve local board approved courses as presented by administration.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Dr. Gaskins?
Thank you. So you may remember that we brought some courses to you back in January, and these are additional needs that have come up this spring. In case you have any questions about these courses, I've asked Mr. Calhoun to be available. This has been a labor of love of Mr. Calhoun's and Dr. Bissell's to clean up all of our course codes and get them in order. And so if you have any questions, he will be glad to take them.
That's a really long list of courses and codes that
We're going to need you to
don't
explain
even-
every single one of those line
Yes.
by line.
We don't have the brain power at this point. I'm going to tell you. I'll just tell you that we're trying to stay in compliance. We stay up with state when changes with the state. The one thing I will tell you on the internship things are we have added this year. All of our internships up until this year have been at the honors level. That was on purpose at one point, but we have seen now with CCR, and we continue to get access for all students to become CCR. We have added internships at our college prep level to ensure students who might not have a 3.0 can still access that, and so get that. So that's added to the list significantly.
Good information. Thank you so much. Board members, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding policy BEDH?
I'd like to make a motion to approve policy BEDH, public participation at meetings, and the deletion of policy, I'm going to combine them in two to quicken things up, and deletion of policy BCBI, public participation in board meetings, and policy KCA, public participation.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Ms. Flashnick, have you had any feedback since?
I have not received any feedback from anyone on either of the item 13.08 or 13.09.
All right, board members, do you have any discussion on these policies? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding policy GD?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve policy GD, support staff.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Ms. Price?
We have received no feedback on policy GD.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding policy GDQD?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve policy GDQD, discipline and dismissal of support staff.
Mr. Pizzuti, do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Ms. Price?
Again, the same. We have no changes since the last reading.
Board members, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve policy JICFAA and JICFAAR?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve policy JICFAA and JICFAAR, harassment, intimidation, or bullying.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Mr. Cooper?
Yes, ma'am. Bringing that back to this board for second reading and approval. We've received no changes since our discussion during first reading.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Board, do you have any questions or comments of Mr. Cooper? Hearing none. Dr. Price?
We did receive some suggestions from Ms. McCowan for the board to consider. We said that we would collect any suggestions that we received from a board member, and those are included as a link in your packet. And so those are there for discussion if you desire.
Ms. McCown, did you want to speak to those?
Could we table this for next month?
Mr. Pizzuti, would you want to remove your motion, table your motion?
I mean, is she making a motion to table?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to table.
Second.
All right. I don't need a vote for tabling, correct?
Yeah, you have, yes, you do.
Okay, all those in favor to table, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And the motion carries. All right, board members, can you look at your calendars for next week? Would need to get together, Ms. Halliday. Would it be more, would it be best if you look at the district staff's availability and then send us some possible dates for next week? Are there any days that board members are not available? And would you prefer a morning or an evening?
With my work schedule, I'm going to prefer an evening or late afternoon.
Okay. So evening? Thursday the 25th?
And I could not do any time before 5:30 if we did it on a Thursday. Just a heads up.
Is there a day that you could do earlier, or it's 5:30, your earliest?
Monday through Thursday.
Monday through Thursday,
do
okay.
5:30.
So, but you could be here at 5:30? Does that work for y'all? 5:30 on Thursday? Is that good?
That works for me.
Okay, great, Mr. Anderson. So let's all pencil in June 25th at 5:30 p.m. to revisit the budget discussion for the 26-27 budget. And Nick, although you and I do not see eye to eye on the tax increases, my unkind jab was not necessary, and I do apologize to you for that.
Well, thank you, Ms. Henson.
All right, this is a reminder that early voting for the vacant school board seat is open until the 18th, so that's this Thursday. And election day is June 23rd. You can check the district website for voting location information or go to the South Carolina Election Commission website. With that, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Madam Chair, before we adjourn, I'd like to take a point of privilege. And I'd like to thank Mr. Anderson for being available to participate tonight after his surgery. So thank you, Mr. Anderson.
You mean his memorial sitting up here on the...
Well, I just want to tell you, as a point of privilege, I think I'm going to start doing all of the board meetings here because I'm in my recliner by this phone, and it's great. Michelle has waited on me hand and foot. So, with that, I'll move to adjourn.
All right, so you're seconding his motion, Mr. Anderson?
Absolutely.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.